It's a Thursday morning. The break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
61 degrees right now. The blast furnace has been switched off for a little while.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yep, high of 75, and it looks like the warmest weather we will see up until Sunday is a high of 81 on Saturday. So beautiful, baby.
Yeah.
Everybody have a good Wednesday night.
Oh, how could you not?
I don't know, man. Like, I am ready to unplug from politics, just based on how chaotic the last 2 weeks have been.
Oh.
I don't think it gets more chaotic than that. And, like, I'm trying to find something to watch on TV last night, and it is just everything. I ended up watching the end of the WNBA game, which was a great ending, by the way.
Why don't you go to
They've
Netflix
had a lot of
or
close
something?
games.
What's that one?
Why don't you go to Netflix
I don't
want
to commit to, like, a 45-minute thing.
He just wants something he could pop on and tune out of.
All right.
Well, like, I just
Well,
need
that's
something.
Netflix.
No, but I need
You
something.
watch
for,
some murder.
I need 15 minutes while I'm falling asleep, and then I'm out. Like, if I commit to something on Netflix, I'm going to want to watch the next episode, or I'm going to invest in a movie, and then I'm up till like 11:30, and then I'm in here yelling at you, because I'm tired. I do this for you.
All right. Well, thank you.
Have you watched any of the end of the WNBA games? Any of the
I have never watched the WNBA game. I don't watch the NBA. Why would I watch the WNBA? It's slower.
I keep accidentally catching
Same.
these games.
And I don't know if they've just been on in like prime time more or what, but like every time I get sucked in because it's been a close game every game I've watched.
I think it was a tie game in the last 4 minutes last night.
But you even said when you watch the NBA, it's so fast.
Yes.
But the NBA's not on right now,
No, but
so they're not competing.
Well, kind of. Summer League's on.
Well,
So
yeah.
it's still like to watch them side by side. The WNBA looks like the 1950s.
Yeah, but it's a different kind of interesting.
Okay.
Like, I don't know. It's like a chess match compared to like a thoroughbred race in
Right.
the NBA. I don't know.
It seems slower to me.
I didn't think that I would be getting into it, and it's not like I'm going out of my way to watch these games,
Yeah.
but I am now at the point where if a game is on and I come through it, I will stop and I will watch that
I'll
game.
check it out.
That being said, I mean, we are in kind of that sports dead zone.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So NFL training camps are opening officially next week. Bills rookies are here in Rochester. You have baseball kicking off the second half of the season tonight. We brought up.
I think tomorrow.
Is it tomorrow?
Yeah, I think I could be wrong, but I think they've been on the All-Star break. Then they had like a couple days. Like there's literally nothing happening today.
Okay, fair enough.
I could be wrong.
There is something this weekend that will get you ready for the upcoming football season.
What's that?
The first ever Bills fan convention is in Buffalo.
It's a fan convention?
It's called Mafia Con.
So this is the first ever?
So
They've
it's
never done this before?
Mafia Con.
Mafia Con. It's run by the Bills Mafia, the folks that do 26
It's a great
shirts.
idea.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I know, to your point, Kimmy, I did all the research
I'm
that I could.
shocked.
I could not find. You're right. How, for the first time in the history of Bills fans, with the reputation we have, have we never had a Bills fan convention?
So who's their hook? Because they always bring in somebody, right?
So they have 5 players that are signing autographs. Keon Coleman would be probably the biggest name, the rookie wide receiver.
The funny guy.
Yeah. Terrell Bernard, starting linebacker, will be there too. A bunch of guys that you will be like, what? Who?
Well, I mean, like Jim Kelly or something like
No,
Thurman.
he's doing his camp this week.
Oh.
Yeah. It seems like they're
He's
sticking.
doing KellyCon?
But it's at the Western New York Heroes Event Center on Saturday. I think they're selling tickets to it. But to your point, Kimmy, how the hell, the way that Bills fans travel and the way that we get together and the money that we spend just to be in a group, have we never seen a Bills fan convention?
Well, I guess if you think about it, though, training camp, Bills games, those kind of are Bills fan conventions on their own.
You're
so
right.
maybe that's why, fan bases don't think to do something like this.
Well, see, but other fan bases do. For example, we just brought up Major League Baseball. Almost every Major League Baseball team does a fan convention between spring training ending and opening day.
Did not know that.
Yes.
Are the Bills running this, or is it just strictly Bills Mafia?
It's Bills Mafia, but they are in with the Bills
Okay,
now.
so they kind of
Yeah, so I mean,
join
I don't think
together.
the Bills, the franchise, has anything officially to do with it, but they have players and a bunch of folks that'll be there hanging out and official beers and all this stuff. So yeah, it's on Saturday in Buffalo at the Western New York Heroes Event Center if you want to go check out
Where
and
is
grab tickets. In downtown Buffalo.
I've never even heard of that.
Neither had I.
The Heroes Convention
Western
Center?
New York Heroes
Events
Events Center.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, you don't like heroes?
I do. I didn't know they had a convention center.
They have an event center.
All right.
They don't have a heroes convention. Yeah, fan conventions have become super popular.
Yes. And it's getting weirder.
How so?
It's getting weird.
Because, like, everything my wife watches now, they have made a convention out of that.
Can you give me an example?
It's called BravoCon.
Oh, BravoCon,
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
yes, yes.
And
The
it
TV
is-
station, the TV channel Bravo.
It is massive. And I think they hold it like in Madison Square Garden or something.
I think they did last year. I think they move it around.
Yeah.
So my
But,
brother,
yeah,
my
it's nuts.
brother and his wife are trying to get to BravoCon one of these days.
It's expensive, too.
Oh, yeah. It's rich ladies. That's who you're competing with. I'd be like millionaires and billionaires.
So, Kimmy, you seem to know the most about BravoCon. Like
Very familiar.
Okay, so for those, if I were to go to BravoCon, what would I see at BravoCon?
So it sounds like it's just it's like a bunch of different events. They have different panels for like every show that Bravo has. So like there's like a Below Deck panel. Okay. There's a Housewives of New York panel. Like you could go see whatever show you're the biggest fan of. And I think that even costs extra. Like you pay to get into BravoCon and then you got to pay extra for whatever events you want to attend with whatever Bravo celebrities, they call them.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
Bravo celebrities?
Yep.
Okay. Tommy, you said that fan conventions are getting out of control.
Yeah.
But isn't this a good thing? Like, whatever niche thing you're into, you are able to go.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you're into it,
yeah,
you can suck it up. Yes, I agree.
No, but you would judge someone that went to a fan convention.
Yes.
Why?
Yeah. Because you're grown-ass, man.
That's why you go to the fan convention.
You're just stargazing at your age.
You take pictures in front of boats, man.
That's boat gazing.
I don't think you can.
Oh, I go to BoatCon.
That's called the boat show, you idiot.
I think everybody has their thing to a certain extent.
Yeah.
Right? Their favorite hobby
And whatever you're into, like, you should go to a convention for it at least once to be around a bunch of people that are on fire for this
just
thing
to see what
as
you
much
look
as
like
are.
to the outside world.
Well, like, here's the thing.
There's some conventions I want to attend of things I'm not interested in just to see what it's like.
For example?
Like some of like those Comic-Cons. Like it looks like a great people watching atmosphere.
Okay.
You know?
But they're not dressed like people.
But that adds to the entertainment of it all, right?
To her point, I've always wanted to go to the Gathering of the Juggalos, which is the Insane Clown Posse convention that they have every year.
Oh, Jesus.
Have you
I
never
can't
seen
believe
this?
there's still a following.
Do you remember we found a girl we all know went to a Golden Girls convention?
Yeah.
That TV show hasn't been on in 20-something years.
It's wildly popular.
And they sell all the crap. and these are kids. I don't know how the Golden Girls still is relevant to young women.
Hey man, sometimes writing is just timeless.
I guess.
So my sister-in-law, when she first moved to New York, she worked at the Friends Museum. Like the show Friends
Friends
has
is
its
another
own
one.
museum, which I was unaware of.
Yeah, because you could go sit in like the coffee shop and sit on
like
the couch
they have
and take
all
pictures
these scenes
and
stuff from the show.
I mean, they might have one for Seinfeld, too.
I'm sure they do.
Possible.
Yeah.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about Mafia Con. It's the first ever Bills fan convention. It's in Buffalo this weekend. At least as far as we know, it's the first ever one on Saturday. You can check out tickets. Just Google Mafia Con, whatever. So I've been to 2 fan conventions.
Well, football.
Well, no, one that was for me and one that was not for me. And to your point, the ones that are not for you get strange.
Because you get bored.
It wasn't even that.
Yeah.
So I went to the Sports Collectors Convention, National Sports Collectors Convention. That was one of the greatest days of my life.
Yeah.
It was one, and like, bro, again, like, I don't think you understand the joy and acceptance you feel when you are around thousands of like-minded individuals.
You got to remember, Kimmy said, "I have a face that cannot experience joy."
Even when he's having fun, you never know. Yeah.
But the other fan convention I went to, I took my daughter to a Lego convention.
Oh.
And that got strange. Because
you think it's for kids, but it's
not.
It is
for kids.
It's not for kids.
No, it's not.
Well, I
it
mean,
was
it is,
designed.
but
It was
the high-end stuff.
It started out as something for kids.
Yeah.
Like, there were a lot of kids there. I would say it was half kids, half Lego adults. And my daughter had, like, the time of her life.
Lego adults.
I don't know what the term would be. Brickheads?
I don't know.
But, like, they had, I will say it was impressive. Like, they had these, what they call master builders that had built these, endless scenes and escapes that, they moved and they lit up, and it was just completely bananas. But then, like, you would get into conversations with these adult Lego fans, and it got, like, it was weird. Like my daughter.
It's sad.
It's sad.
Well, but it's weird to you, I guess. But, I mean, maybe they would go to something you like and think that's weird.
And that's what I mean.
Yeah.
And like if someone that wasn't a sports collector or a sports fan saw me at the Sports Collectors Convention nerding out over, a Jamie Mueller game used jersey from 1991, right? They would think I'm some strange person. And my wife wanted to go with me to the Sports Collectors Convention, and I told her no because I don't
it's
want
my thing.
No, it wasn't even that. I don't want you to see me like this. I felt like the Phantom of the Opera. I used to be beautiful. Don't look at me.
So we had a kid on the old show. He was deep music guy, and so he would find these bands before they blew up, and he would become like bare naked ladies, people like that, and he would go follow them. He would go to these like I wouldn't call them conventions, but like signings and hanging out and
Okay.
stuff. And he was like one of those kids, but he was also one of these kids that knew like every TV show since the beginning of time. And he was a fan of that stuff. But he was like so locked into it. He didn't do anything else. It was like his world.
It almost took over a little too much.
It did take over his world. He was like that guy.
But how is that different from you drinking? I'm not even making a joke.
What do you mean?
Like, that takes over your
I
world.
don't go to LiverCon.
You no, because your liver wouldn't get in.
Oh, we get in.
You spend
I
your
might be Grand Poobah at LiverCon.
you spend your day counting down the moments until you're allowed to have a drink.
No, I don't. Man, it's only 6:11.
I mean, like, everybody has their thing.
Yeah,
that
but like
they
I
get
think when it takes
deeply
over.
into.
Yeah, I have a very addictive personality.
Uh-huh.
But I don't think I would go to BoozeCon. Just walk. That's just called a bar.
Okay, your house is BoozeCon, and that's what I mean. Like, if there were on
I
every
never thought
corner,
about it that way.
if there
That's
were
kind
on-
of cool.
if there were on every corner like a place where you could go and talk television with people, and that became like a standard thing, that guy wouldn't be weird, right? Like, I love how man with addictive personality makes fun of another man with addictive personality.
Because I think his sucks and mine's cool.
Two man with addictive personality. Like, you understand what's happening here.
Well, doesn't everybody think they're cool and everybody else sucks?
I mean, yeah, I think that there's a point in your life. I just would have thought that you would have outgrown that at this point.
You would think.
No, but no,
Here we sit.
no. Kimmy, if you could go to one convention, which would it be?
Oh, I would go to BravoCon.
That's the one?
Oh, yeah.
Of all of them?
My
I
wife's
think
dying to
so.
go.
Yeah.
Why don't you? Why don't
There's
you
just
guys all
so
go?
many. There's just so many. It is very expensive.
Bro,
you
I'm not
gave them
spending.
like
money,
it's one of those things where I feel like I wouldn't enjoy it enough to pay the like I'd be thinking about how much I'm spending
Yeah, think
here the
about
whole
what it
time.
would cost to go to New York,
Okay.
and then throw about 10 G's on it.
Okay.
I'm not kidding. you.
$10,000
If
on
you
top of
if
that?
you really wanted to do everything
All
you
the
wanted
extras, meet and greet stuff
to do,
like that.
Holy
bro,
crap.
it's a bunch of wealthy women all showing up in the same spot.
Okay. All right. Well, you guys are in the media. I got all the VIP stuff for the Sports Collectors Convention because I lied to them and told them that I was doing a story on the Sports Collectors Convention for my media job.
Oh.
You could probably write to BravoCon and say, "Hey, I'm in the media and get
Can I
in
get
and
a
all
press
this-"
pass?
Yes.
We're not even CBS Radio anymore. We're with a word I never heard of.
They don't check.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. You know the places I've gotten in with
Security's
media.
It is
tight around this
surprising.
country, buddy.
Bro, I accidentally walked into an NCAA locker room.
Oh, that's right, you
Villanova's
did.
locker room during the NCAA tournament when it was in Buffalo because they gave me media passes. Just saying.
All right.
All right, we got a dynamite. Use those connections, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Got to break them for you this morning here on CMF. Just after 7 o'clock. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
I think we're going to get a little bitchy.
That's right, Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And God, it's been like 4 or 5 years now that this dirt bike ATV issue in the city has been causing all kinds of issues.
Yeah.
And folks don't like it. Bro, I mean, at one point we talked about it, and a guy suggested shooting them in the head.
Oh, I remember that guy.
Remember that guy?
Yeah,
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 okay.
yeah. Maybe we should dial that back.
Yeah, so good call. But the Rochester Police Department says they think they've got it under control.
They showed a picture around they had like a warehouse.
Yeah,
I think.
that's the story we're going to talk about. Last night they showed off all of the ATVs and dirt bikes that
It
they
looks like a 10-year-old's dream.
And they said, one day, in just one day, we'll give you all the numbers. But there's one little detail in this story that was interesting because if eventually that thing's back out again, what did you really do to stop it? And we'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy, we're talking about going to conventions and soaking things in and having a good time. How about just an old-fashioned luxury vacation?
Okay.
This is like an old-fashioned thing.
Old school.
Your mom and dad, the lap of luxury.
Oh.
A company whose name you have not heard of in forever is making a comeback, and they are doing it with a big splash.
Okay.
It'll be the greatest vacation you've ever taken, and it'll also cost you an unbelievable amount of money.
There you go.
Next here, the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Flying sucks, man.
Flying sucks.
So going to the airport sucks. You got to get there 2 hours early. You got to fight through TSA. You're spending 10 times what you would on food through when you get there. They jam you on the plane. You got some guy sweating all over you. It's not like it used to be. How would you like to go back to the golden age of travel?
When flying was classy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. My parents' generation.
You got it.
And my aunt, yeah.
I got some great news.
What?
You can.
How?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 6:45, there's a story coming out of Parma, and when you hear the details, the CSI investigator that Tommy is will give us a criminal profile.
Okay.
And we don't know who did this, but I will tell you right now, you're wrong.
Okay.
I don't even know what you're going to say.
I'm good at this stuff, man.
You're bad at this stuff. You're the opposite of good. But we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. PanAm Luxury Travel is back, baby.
Wow. Were you even around for PanAm?
No, I wasn't around for PanAm.
How long was it around for?
So it was the big carrier.
Sit down, Grandpa, and tell Kimmy about PanAm. Tell us your PanAm stories, Grandpa.
So it was like the airline.
Right.
So when I was a little kid, I still remember this. My aunt is going to Rome on a flight, and we all went down to see her off.
Oh.
So I remember driving from Jersey all the way to like JFK or something.
I don't think it was JFK then.
It may not have been. It might have been Idlewild Airport at that point. But I remember
Tell us about your Idlewild stories, Grandpa.
waving to her outside as she got on the plane. And she's, by the way, she's completely dressed up. She's got on white gloves, hat, the big ass purse, smoking. It was like out of the movies. And she paid like $350 round trip, and that was big money.
Oh,
Well, that is big money.
That was like 64, 65.
Okay. So, Kimmy, can you do me a favor and find out when PanAm officially shut down? Because PanAm, their luxury travel is back
All right.
for 12 days.
Okay.
They are running a, as they call it, Golden Age of Travel promotion, and it is a 2-week journey that doesn't only include the flight, but everything else. You go from New York City, to Bermuda,
Damn.
to Lisbon, to Marseille, to London, to Ireland, and then back to New York City.
So you're really doing some nice hops.
You got it.
Fun fact, PanAm's final flight took place on December 4th, 1991.
Oh, wow. It went that long.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think they were like a shell of what they were.
Okay. So going back to this promotion, they are doing all of all those cities I named were the airline's original transatlantic destination.
Oh, okay.
So when they first started, it was New York, Bermuda, Lisbon, Marseille, London, Ireland, and then back to New York. So you will privately board your PanAm flight. All first class plane. Every seat on the plane is first class.
But is it like old, the new or the old?
I'm assuming it's going to be old. They're kind of leading into the retro.
Okay.
So when you get in there, they say the trip will feature on the plane upscale catering, an open bar whenever you're in the air, special seats fit for socialization. They say think about the old lounges on the plane
Yeah, you can
back in the day.
sit face to face.
The trip also includes your hotel stays, and those are swank. We're talking Four Seasons. We're talking the Waldorf Astoria, depending on what city you're in. There will be gala evenings throughout the trip for you to socialize with
So that means you
got to
dress up.
Yeah,
Bring your best gown.
It's an effing gala.
I got a buddy, man. It's got a bunch of tuxedos.
Yeah?
They fit right in.
He sounds like a really classy, cool guy.
Yeah. Why don't you go?
I'll tell you why I don't go.
Right.
Because this experience, 12
Bend
days
over.
on PanAm can be yours. You want to guess?
Per person?
Yeah, per person.
Oh, man.
20 grand.
Kimmy?
50.
All of this could be yours for $65,000.
Yeah.
Per person.
Bro, I mean, it's first class travel for 12 days in the most expensive airports in some of the most expensive cities
But it's
in the world.
$120,000?
Yes.
Or more?
If you want to go to, if you want to go with someone, it's $130K, $130,000.
That's insane,
Yes,
man.
it is.
Because you could take that trip for a
Without
tenth
that,
of the price.
I don't know if you could do it for 13 grand. 12 days in some of the most expensive cities.
Yeah,
on the
but you don't
planet.
have to stay at the highest
Right,
end
but you're not
hotel.
gonna
You're saying
highest
late
end of
Motel
stuff.
6?
Yeah.
I mean,
listen, if you got the bank and you want to do it, that's great.
I don't even think it's.
But I'm thinking, like, if I have that much bank, those people own their own planes or can rent a private jet.
No, you nailed it. If you have this kind of money, why are you traveling
Right.
with other people? That is private jet money. Why do
And
I
just
want
to say you were in a Pan Am plane.
Exactly. And like the other thing that's strange to me,
Yeah.
how many people on the planet could afford this trip as a luxury?
It's got to be a 1% of 1%.
But I would even think like somebody that could afford that would just do it on their own.
That's what I'm saying,
like,
yeah.
Or like to fly on their private jet to those places.
Unless you're a vintage jet nerd.
But it's not even a vintage jet, so it's a Boeing 757-200, which normally seats around 200 people. It's going to be retrofitted to fit 50 people. So
and they just slapped a PanAm logo on it.
So it sounds like this is part of a relaunch of PanAm.
Okay.
Like they're going to bring PanAm back. Now, I don't know if like it'll be like Delta
luxury style.
Yeah, or this is just some like weird little thing that they're doing for like the highest of high-end people. But I mean, how many tickets could you sell to make it worth PanAm, to make money on this? Because let's say you have to sell 50 tickets. Are there 50 people that would pay $65,000 for that trip?
I can't imagine. I can't, but like you know, like sometimes when you're watching these games, they show you those like really fancy cabins on like Emirates.
Oh yeah,
and like who can afford that? Who can afford basically a shower and a sitting area on a plane? It's like a mini apartment on a plane.
It does look amazing, though.
But who could afford that?
I know. Kimmy, could you Google what a first class ticket?
Is it Emirates?
I mean,
that's the one that shows up all the time in games.
Yeah. I mean, they're all pretty much the same, right? Just find me first class ticket, any airline going to London. Because like, what other place would you like if you're not flying internationally? You're just lighting your money on fire. Well, you're lighting your money on fire anyway buying a first class ticket. But like, if I'm flying from here to Chicago. Wow, 3 hours of luxury.
I can take a shower. Change clothes 3 times.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. PanAm is bringing back their luxury travel golden age of travel with this promotion for 12 days, 2 weeks. You go from New York City to Bermuda to Lisbon to Marseille to London to Ireland and back home. It's all of their initial flights when they first started. You get upscale catering on an all first-class Boeing plane, open bar when you're in the air, special seats for socializing. You stay at the highest-end hotels, Four Seasons, Waldorf Astoria. There are gala evenings throughout the trip, and all of this can be yours for $65,000 a person.
What do you do at a gala anyway, man? Like get dressed up and do the cha-cha?
Well, but that's what's funny, because like it already is like once you get on the plane, it's open bar and high-end food. How is that different than every other minute you'll be living this?
By the way, I'm going to be smashed.
Well, yeah.
When I get on a plane and it's open B, I ain't stopping.
Well, it sounds like it's open B the whole time.
That's the problem.
And you got to manage to drink $65,000 worth of booze.
And I can't. I'll tell you what, I'll give it a good run.
Kimmy, what do we got for a first-class ticket from New York to London?
First-class ticket from JFK to London.
Idlewild.
What?
Never mind. Go ahead.
So I just put in, like, if you're staying there a week.
Yeah.
Round trip's about over $4,000.
That's less than I thought it was.
I don't think it's that same one that they show you on TV.
No, what's this one?
It's the one that has the shower.
No, okay. What is it with the shower?
Oh, yeah, this is just first class. This isn't like anything.
Well, no,
they're like luxury.
About.
They're called suites.
I've seen what you're saying.
And I don't think you're getting that for $4,000.
Why do you want to shower so bad?
Because it'd be cool.
What, you want to shower on a plane?
But let's say you take a 12-hour flight.
Yeah.
You're getting off that plane rank. And let's say you're some fancy dude who's got to go do some fancy crap.
Okay.
He's going to want to scrub his ass and put on a suit and go.
No, I get
That's
it.
why they do it.
But that's not you. Like, you want to take a shower on a plane for no reason.
Yeah, I do.
That's really weird.
Yeah.
Why?
It'd be nice.
What are you talking? Can you imagine?
Sky shower.
Wait, like, what if you had turbulence and you were in the shower? You got soap in your eye. You're sideways, upside down. That sounds like a nightmare. Sky shower.
The chance of it like that bad.
One of the worst local comedians of all time. By the way.
Sky
Showers.
Is he still around?
No, he's in New York. No, I saw him. No, like even like the idea of doing some of that, like sitting in a lounge in the sky, seems strange to me.
That'd be nice.
Why?
Just being able to get up and walk around.
Yeah, I mean, it would make the flight go faster if I could move around and converse like I'm at a bar.
Like you're on a train.
Just sitting there in a seat the whole time.
Here's what you're not thinking about that.
I don't think about a lot of things.
All right, so let's say you have like one of them old school swinging 60s planes where you like walk up on the upper
so
level.
So that's the old 747s. It was a lounge and a piano up there. What?
Nothing.
It's just
you had to throw out the name of the plane.
Thank you. Yeah. You can't help but be an old man. Idlewild.
747.
So, like, if you go into a bar and you sit down and you have a conversation with somebody and that person's annoying, I mean, worst case scenario, you can get up, leave, and go to another bar. If I'm on a plane for 12 hours, like you said, and I go up and I sit down in a lounge and all of a sudden this obnoxious dick won't shut the F up, I'm stuck with that guy.
Go back to your seat.
Okay, and then he comes and finds you. All right, one more thing. And you know he will. You know he'll find you. Oh, there you go. I was looking for you. Hey, you want to take a shower with me? What? Tag team that shower? Oh, save water.
We'll save him money.
No, man. Airline lounge sounds like a
I
nightmare.
love airline airports. Like I love
As
them.
opposed to the train airports they've been talking about.
I just love going in there and getting like go hitting those bars in there. I love it.
You're talking about airport bars.
Yes.
Well, there's
I
something
love them.
exciting about it when you're going somewhere because you're just kicking off your trip. So it's like you're already on vacation when you're in the airport.
So when I used to fly to Florida to see my parents and stuff, I used to go to JetBlue, right?
Yeah.
So go to JFK in the morning, slide in there, morning cocktail. Oh my God, was that good?
That sounds awesome.
So I would get my coffee, and then I get my booze over here.
And you've
then
already spent $100.
I don't
Seriously?
care, man. It's the best $100 I've ever spent because I already got a nice morning glow on going to Florida. That's nice. That's vacation, man. Morning drinking.
Okay.
What? You don't do it.
No, I don't. I don't want to drink before I get on an airplane.
Oh, for God's sakes. Why?
I don't want to be that guy that's like gets. I want to shake your hand, and they're like dragging me off the airplane.
Well, you don't have to be obnoxious. Just watch yourself.
Do you listen to this show?
Yeah.
You don't have to be obnoxious. Says obnoxious man to other obnoxious man.
I was dying to know because when I went to Vegas last, we were waiting to get on our flight home. And in the terminal next to us, the gate next to us, they had a bunch of airport security lined up at the door waiting for this flight to come in. And I'm like, please don't board before this flight gets off. I need to know what's going on.
Yeah.
But I would guess because this flight was coming into Vegas, somebody got a little too rowdy on the flight.
Got their Vegas going a little early. That's all.
Yeah, I don't want to be that guy.
You don't have to be that guy.
I would be that guy. I'll go out of my way to be that guy.
But I don't even feel guilty about morning drinking when I'm at an airport.
Why?
Because, hey, you're going on vacation.
That's
You're on
not a thing.
vacation.
That's not- no, you're not. You are not on vacation yet. You are at the airport. You're not officially on vacation until the plane touches down.
Brother, I'm wheels up way before that plane.
Well, there are other ways you can entertain yourself. Let's say you don't have $65,000
All right.
to take this worldwide 2-week trip.
What do I do?
Well, maybe a handful of fireworks will do it for you.
That doesn't sound good.
Look, Tommy is going to give us a criminal profile of this person who has yet to be found after an incident that happened out in Parma. And I don't know what he's going to say, but I'll tell you already right now, he's wrong.
All right.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. You play with fireworks long enough, eventually something gets destroyed.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's by accident. Sometimes you just get bored watching explosions and you want to see what those babies can really do. This story is the second one. But this story isn't about the damage these fireworks did. This story, Tommy, is a question of young and dumb versus old, bored, and still immature. You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF Rycore Heating and Cooling has the coolest tickets for the hottest concerts this summer. RycoreHVAC.com. Log on to the contest page at WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Chicago at CMAC. July 25th. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com just after 7 o'clock. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
I think we're going to get a little bitchy.
That's right. Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And the Rochester Police Department says they have finally gotten the ATV and dirt bike situation under control.
Good.
And they were doing kind of a braggy story last night to, was it 10 NBC?
Yeah.
Okay. But one little detail in that story, maybe like that's a problem. Like you think you have it, but maybe.
Okay, because I thought they were doing something.
What were you doing? Something?
Well, you know.
We'll get to it. We'll get to it. Just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us from Parma.
What happened?
Police were contacted by an employee of United Rentals, and this area of United Rentals supplies porta potties for public locations.
Okay.
The employee said they found a unit that had been damaged, had a damaged body, and had burn marks inside.
Man, that cat really had to go.
Surveillance video from an evening before showed a vehicle pull up just after 10 p.m. Someone got out, lit what appeared to be a mortar-style firework, and put it in the porta potty. 2 explosions were seen coming from it.
Jesus.
But that was just the beginning, Tom.
All right.
Because around 3 hours later, the same vehicle came back to the same porta potty, and they dropped another mortar-style firework inside.
Jesus.
Same thing happened.
Right.
There have been no arrests made, and the police have no suspects, which means it is now up to the break room detective agency and all of our deputies to try and figure this out.
All right.
Tommy, can you give me a criminal profile of the dumper destroyer?
So this is a firecracker ass and kid.
Firecracker Assin?
Kid.
Kid, okay.
Yeah.
So Firecracker Assin kid.
Under 25.
Under 20. I love how kids under 25 for you now.
Well, they are.
Okay.
Well,
all
you
right.
tell me it's called delayed adulthood,
Okay,
correct?
that's fine. So under 25, fair
Under
enough. Fair enough.
25.
Okay.
No direction. Towny.
Okay.
And probably had an issue with this company.
Oh, you think it's
Either like
revenge?
he had a summer job that went in the crapper right along with the business.
Okay.
Like he's pissed off at that company for a reason.
Why
I'm
do you
guessing because it's probably a tough job he signed on for,
Okay.
and he got fired
Okay.
or accused of something, and now he's pissed off.
Kimmy, would you agree with Tommy's assessment?
I don't hate it.
Okay. You guys are
Okay, go ahead.
This is
Yeah,
not a
but-
kid.
You don't think it's a kid?
No, there's no way.
Well, I
But
call
summertime.
kid. It's a summertime
Yeah.
hijinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, Jenkins.
Hijinking.
This has grown-ass man written all over it. A kid would do this once and get bored. Kids these days, let me tell you about kids these days. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. They're not like we were back in the day. They have so much more to be entertained by. This Tommy is an adult trying to relive their youth and have a good time.
So you think it's just an adult acting like a kid for no reason?
Absolutely.
He has no connection to this business.
Bingo. It was so funny the first time that they went and grabbed someone else and they went and they showed it to him again. And it even lines up having a couple of beers. Like they started at 10 o'clock on their way out to the bar and then stopped back again just after 1 a.m. when they were done at the bar.
But that could be also, all of you just described could be done by a 25.
Right.
Someone under 25.
25 or under.
Okay, I got you.
All right.
Folks like to blame kids for stuff like this.
Yeah.
And the argument is, well, it's always been kids that do stuff
Well,
like
it used
this.
to be.
Yeah. I'd like to present an alternate theory. Because here's the thing. Maybe it was kids. There's nothing that says it wasn't. But it's also very possible. Most of this carrying on in stupidity never was kids in the first place. That it was always grown-ass people that were blaming kids as an easy way out of never getting suspected. So there's video of this. So whomever saw the video of what happened would know better than we do here as we speculate. But back in the day, when something stupid happened, when they found something exploded, or there was some kind of graffiti somewhere, or someone had done burnouts in someone's lawn, right? There was never any video. Unless you caught that person red-handed, they weren't going to get caught.
But everybody I knew that did that were kids, including myself.
But you only knew people of your age.
Right, but this is the kind of crap we did.
Okay, all right. I present the theory, Tommy, that blaming kids made it easier to kick your feet up as a society and go, well, boys will be boys. Let's
that is true.
Set a curfew, cancel the prom, and we'll stop all this. But
I can't imagine like my dad's generation doing this stuff.
No, you can't imagine generations from the past doing stuff like this?
No, my old man didn't act like a kid.
Oh, Kimmy, see, here's the thing. Your mic's off.
Not your old man, maybe, but you could see you and your buddies doing this at an older age.
Kimmy, I know a guy.
Yeah.
I know a guy in his early 30s.
Early 30s.
Who got drunk and shot fireworks at his friends.
Who the hell is doing this when they got it on a work day?
And he did this, Kimmy, with women also present. I know how to get
You're
laid.
forgetting the start to the day.
Oh, how did that go?
Didn't he come home from a water park?
A water park trip that was unplanned.
Okay.
A 30
Surprise water park trip.
We started drinking early at the beach.
I know, Kimmy, a grown-ass man who used to steal please to seat you signs from restaurants and bring them back to his sister's house where he was living like a bum. I know a man, Kimmy, who would laugh at his buddy when he took his penis out and peed in the middle of a bar full of people as a grown-ass man.
Multiple times.
If you didn't tell us all of those stories, by the way, spoiler alert, Tommy was the man in all of those stories.
What?
If you didn't tell us that you were in all those stories and we had them sitting in front of us in a
you're
newspaper.
you're basing this all on my lifestyle.
I know that your lifestyle is a lot like a lifestyle of everybody your age. If I sat here and I told you a story that two people were arrested with girls shooting Roman candles at each other, you would say that's a teenager.
Yeah.
And if I told you that a restaurant has had 15 please to seat you signs stolen and like they're on the news and Berkeley Breed's talking to her like, oh, I got it back, you would say these punk ass kids are just being dicks. And if I told you,
God, I miss those days.
if I told you that a restaurant caught somebody urinating onto a bar, you would think that was a bunch of punk ass kids.
Yeah.
And every one of those stories, you are over the age of 30 years old.
Yeah, now that you think about it, it's amazing how many times I saw bare ass penis at a bar.
Bare ass
Bare
penis.
ass penis?
I did, man. And not just my one buddies.
But you were
As a joke, you pull it out.
No, I hear you. Everybody thinks it's really funny when you just take your penis out in public.
Bro, back in the day, classic move. Everybody laughed.
Classic.
Classic. The urinating was a bit much,
Okay.
but it was still pretty funny.
I mean, tell me I'm wrong. And again, I don't think
I hope people have grown up.
Well, what? You're the one that tells me that this generation is worse off than yours. That you were taking things seriously. You knew how to work. If this delayed adulthood and immaturity that you say exists in this world is actually real, then we could be looking at this stuff until people get into their 50s.
So you're thinking like kids today good, but my generation bad.
No, I'm not saying kids today good. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about this story out in Parma. A porta potty was exploded by a couple of fireworks. It happened twice in the same evening. 10 p.m., surveillance video shows a car pull up, drops into the porta potty, boom. 1 o'clock, same car comes back up, drops in the porta potty, boom. We asked Tommy to give us a criminal profile. He says it's a punk-ass kid punk-assing because he's upset.
I think he got fired from the joint.
Okay, all right. I'm not saying kids today are good. And I'm not saying kids never do this stuff. I'm saying that the bad that kids are doing these days is different than the bad that kids were doing back in the day.
Okay.
Less like in-person bad?
Well, you can't do anything now because of cameras. Like to your point,
I
these
think
kids are on camera.
They're definitely more aware of that.
Like there's no camera footage of me shooting off fireworks in the apartment complex.
Wait, you did it in an apartment complex?
So my buddy owned
There probably was cameras there.
So it was. Yeah, so my one buddy who owned the comedy club had a condo over the
Wait a
comics
minute.
there.
You did this with your friend who owned a business.
Yes. Yeah. And the other guy was an investment banker. I was the one that was just, bum comic.
Yeah.
And Fat Steve and his girlfriend Hungry Heather were there also. By the way, Fat Steve named his own girlfriend Hungry Heather. She ate a pound cake in front of us.
But that way.
And that's sexy.
How can you sexually eat a pound cake?
Bro, she picked that thing up and ate it like a sub.
Okay, so again, let's just back up here. Let's back up the truck.
We were buzzed out, bro.
After you said only kids do stuff like this, you then told us that a man who owned a comedy club, along with an investment banker, and your buddy, who you guys nicknamed Fat Steve, who then had his girlfriend, Hungry Heather, that he himself named, while all bombed out of your mind, in your mid-30s and above, shot fireworks at each other.
To their credit, I was the oldest at 34.
Kimmy.
To their credit. Yeah.
The summer of '93. What a summer.
Got a bunch of fireworks hanging out with Fat Steve.
That was the same summer I blew out the hatchback at the porn shop.
I'm going to talk to Kiri now for a while. I'm gonna talk to Kiri.
It was a hell of a summer,
No, it's a
man.
great
Sure
summer,
was.
man.
But I
Bro,
got it out. But you know what? I got it out of my
Did
system.
you?
At 34? Bro, you sound like you're
I
writing
moved to New York and I settled it into a business.
You sound like you're writing in a yearbook after your junior year. Remember
What
that
a
time?
summer.
Remember that time Fat
Hags.
Steve hit me with?
Oh, may they all rest in peace.
Okay. They're all dead?
No.
Yeah.
Well, Fat Steve maybe, because I told you, like, as you age, all my fat friends are dying off. I'm just saying, if
Ruin
you have
every
a
fat guy's morning.
I know,
If you have-
seriously.
Happy Thursday, everybody.
Seriously.
Well, I will say this: if you have a fat friend, call him today. Tell him how much you mean to him. Give him a hug. He may not be around much longer.
Okay, Kimmy, I'm going to talk to you for a
Okay.
little while. It does kind of feel like, as we talk about kids these days and the chaos they get into versus the chaos that we got into when we were kids, it seems like adults and kids may have kind of flipped roles. Because if we knew nothing about the Kia situation, and I told you that, 10 Kias went missing in the last 4 weeks,
Yeah.
you would assume that was grown-ass people.
You have organized crime,
Right?
Right.
And that's not the case. These are kids just going
Yeah.
out and having
Yeah.
like a
Right,
fun.
right, right.
So, like, again, it's not like kids are better.
Okay.
It's not like kids are kinder or smarter. I mean, they're still out lighting taxpayer-funded picnic tables on
Yes,
fire.
that's true. Yeah, all right.
Right? But it's just a different kind of chaos. It's a more technological chaos.
Well, yeah, we didn't have that back then.
And that's what I mean. Like, this is a very standard old school prank, dropping
Yeah.
fireworks inside a porta potty, right? Like, these kids now know how to use USBs to get into Kias and start them. Like, you couldn't do that.
No.
If you couldn't start a Kia by texting an emoji, you're out. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Dan. Dan says, Duffy, you are stupid. This is absolutely kids. What adults are buying fireworks to drop them in a porta potty? Adults would have lit those fireworks off in front of other people to impress them. Okay. And 80s, though? Mortar-style fireworks?
I have no idea what that is. Is that the one in the tube or something?
Oh, wait, you're right.
Because the mortar's where you drop it
You
down
drop
and you
it
fire
in. Yeah,
and
you're
it
right.
makes it.
Oh.
How does that work in set? So they stick the whole thing in there
Well, no, you can just light them. Oh,
and fire it into the thing?
that's a good question. Are there mortars you can set and then drop? No, that sounds dangerous.
It sounds super dangerous.
Well, no, there were those grenades like back in World War II where you'd pop them and then pop them in the tube.
right, yeah, but that's like an actual mortar. I don't know.
You'd also really want to keep your distance.
Oh.
Because flying poo doesn't sound like.
Well, I think
a
they're
fun-
empty. I'm hoping. I'm
I
guessing
wouldn't know,
because
but
they
you
were.
wouldn't know until you dropped it
Yeah.
in there.
Because usually if they're sitting on a trailer at the joint.
Oh,
I'm
no,
guessing-
no. It was. I mean, I don't know if it was in Parma or this was like a public toilet.
Oh,
that
I
was
thought it was
somewhere.
at the place of business on like a trailer. Or
Now,
something.
to be fair, I don't know. It doesn't really include it. It said no. It says the employee found a unit damaged by a body with a damaged body and a burn mark. I assume that meant they were like going
Sitting
to check
out
it
somewhere.
out.
Okay.
I mean, she's
Yeah.
right. Why would you explode
Right. Like, I mean.
a porta potty? You'd be doused in poo. Poo dousing.
Poo dousing?
Poo
Take
dousing.
over.
Dousing your poo.
All right. So the moral of the story is this: couple lessons.
Right.
One, don't always assume it's kids doing stupid punk ass stuff. Two, don't give adult men enough more credit than you should, because I think every guy can be talked into doing something this stupid with enough alcohol or marijuana or whatever, no matter what age it is. Three, do not forget your past when judging the people of the
Absolutely.
future.
And can I add one more?
Sure.
Call your fat friends today. Tell them how much they mean to you.
It's Thursday. You know what that means.
Or we gonna get the bitchy.
That's right. Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And, speaking of hijinks and stuff like that, this goes from youth all the way up to adult, too, right? The ATVs and the dirt bike stuff. It's been a problem for, 4 or 5 years now?
yeah.
In the city of Rochester especially. Last night, there was a story on News 8. It was on News 8.
No.
And the police department did a little bragging.
Oh yeah, showing some stuff off.
That's right. They have seized a whole bunch of ATVs. and
God
dirt
damn,
bikes.
have they?
And they also talked about all of the things they're doing to ensure that this stuff doesn't keep happening.
All right.
But there's one tiny detail in the story
Okay.
where you go, oh? Because I get it would be unethical, maybe even unconstitutional to not do this.
No.
But it also kind of keeps the problem from not happening again.
So we're just not fixing the problem.
I'll let you decide.
Okay.
And we'll get into it next here at the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. ATVs, dirt bikes, chaos. Dummy. The city of Rochester and the police department out there have been dealing with this craziness going on like 4 or 5 years now. But the city says they believe they're starting to get it under control.
All right.
Although one little detail might make you wonder if it's as simple as this to get these things back.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they just go do it again?
Oh. See, I thought they were doing something else.
Oh, well, we'll get into it.
Like over here.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it is Thursday.
Yeah, what's going on?
When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or stupid or make fun of them again because of the cheapest, least classiest person ever. After our discussion yesterday, did you call Beth and see if she got the money yet?
No, but she's busy, bro. She's job, moving in, the husband.
It's your money.
You're not going to do anything, you cheap ass. Nope, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
You got to really hurt someone, something along the lines
I'm
of it.
Pat Duffy. I'm just like I have a dirt bike rental service out there in Charlotte called Big Dirt because I'm just a dirt bike renting little bitch.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, big dirt.
Big Dirt. I like Big Dirt.
You said
You
it.
just said it.
Big Dirt. Yeah, I like it. It's been verified.
We take all your bitch voices, we run them back, we call Bitch Voice Theater. It happens now on CMF.
The Break Room now presents Bitch Voice Theater, starring Thomas Muley and accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Pat Duffy, I'm going to travel international to Canada and eat some busted cheese curd because it's a bunch of wasted-ass cheese products I'm going to be overcharged for because I'm just a curd-eating little bitch.
Who doesn't like cheese?
Because I don't want to get in trouble.
Oh, my. Everybody's talking and I talk a big game when we're talking smoking outside, except when my wife says you don't like it, and when there's rules put in place, it's show place because I'm a hypocritical ass smoking discussion.
Listen, I wish I could. So we have a printer, but we never use it. My wife has it on her laptop.
Okay.
It's like a wireless one.
Fancy printer.
I used to bike the Erie Canal Pathway constantly. So
Go on. Pat Duffy, I'm scared of the scary weather yesterday. Thank God I got a finished basement so I could go down in my little Condé Nast whatever shorts I'm wearing and hide from the tornado because I'm just a little twister bitch.
Yes, I'm scared of the tornadoes.
So my oldest brother owns 2 homes. He has one in Florida on the water.
Ooh!
Then he has another home up in the mountains of North Carolina.
Ooh! Well, we had to do it with a southern accent.
No,
Are you scared? Are you scared?
No, because I'm winning. I figured this game out, man.
So do it second.
I didn't figure that part out.
And that concludes this rendition of Bitch Voice Theater.
Story on News 8 last night
What are they saying?
had the Rochester Police Department doing a bit of a victory lap.
Oh, yeah.
They discussed how they've been attacking the ATV and dirt bike issues in the city of Rochester. And it's well documented that folks have been frustrated and scared and angry about these dirt bikes and ATVs just flying willy-nilly all over the street. They document how dangerous it can be.
Oh,
We've
yeah.
seen some tragic accidents, which is not good. So the RPD last night highlighted a major effort they pulled together on July 14th. In just that day, while partnering with the Monroe County Sheriff's Department, New York State Police, and the Brighton Police Department, they wrote nearly 100 tickets and towed 19 ATVs in just one day.
Yeah.
One day. They go on to say they've impounded over 100 2- and 4-wheel vehicles so far this year, and in doing so, they show the impound.
Oh, yeah.
Got to show all the findings.
It looked like a kid's dream.
I mean, there were, you would say, at least 60 of those ATVs and dirt bikes in that thing, and they're going through and looking out all of them. I did kind of want to go in there. I don't like that stuff, but I want to go play with it.
It's pretty impressive.
So the bottom line is this.
Yeah.
The point of the story was to show the community that they're taking this seriously, they are doing something about it, and they are making the roads safer.
Yeah.
And that's all people have asked for.
Okay.
Then there was one little detail in the story that was a bit confusing.
All right.
So a representative from the RPD, he goes on camera and he says when they get the ATVs, they then contact the owners of the ATVs. Sometimes they find out the ATVs are stolen.
Yeah.
But if they are not, the owner of the ATV has to pay a fine, and then they get their ATV back.
Even though it could be stolen from
No.
No.
So this is just they had it taken because they were probably on the road or
it was confiscated.
You got it. So if it's stolen, it goes back to the person who was stolen from. If the person jackassing on it actually owns the ATV, they don't get it back unless they pay a fine.
So I was under the impression maybe they're doing it in New York City that once they get these things, they were crushing them.
So I thought that they were auctioning them.
Well, it does say, I think in this story, that if they are not claimed, they say they use the word destroy them.
Well, they were showing
So,
a big bulldozer running over 100 of them
No,
somewhere.
that's not here.
All
It
right.
sounds like you can pay a fine and get your ATV
Yeah,
back.
that's not a good idea.
Okay. Do we know what the fines are, 252 WCMF? Because they did say they have an escalating series of fines. But that being said, it seems like a pretty easy way to go back to riding my ATV
Yes,
or
yeah.
dirt bike all over the city again.
Right.
I mean, I did assume they kept them, but then again, I guess when you think about
But
it.
if they're legally owned,
Yeah.
then, I mean, you can't really, I guess maybe you can't take it forever unless that person just doesn't pay up.
Well, you can have your car confiscated.
But how?
I don't know.
That's what I mean. You can, if you have your car impounded, it's if you get towed, they can't just sell your car.
Well, sometimes with criminal activity, they seize a whole bunch of stuff and
Yeah.
then they auction that off.
Sure.
So how do they do that?
I don't know. See, this is it. This is what we get for watching police shows
I
and
know.
not paying attention or not realizing it's all fake.
Because I've known
different.
guys in the past that used to buy stuff from police auctions and they got it really cheap.
That's what I thought.
I'm talking boats and
Yes.
all
But
kind
were
of fun
those,
stuff.
But were those the boats and cars, whatever? Were they involved in really bad crimes where that person was
I
definitely
don't
not
know. I
getting that
mean,
stuff back?
all the
Whereas this
blood
is
was
more of
washed
a traffic violation, right?
Yeah, I mean it is.
So
essentially. Yes.
yeah, I mean it's not like it was involved in it's not like that thing needed to be dusted for prints.
Okay, the phone number is 252 WCMF 252-9263. What would be the biggest issue with keeping ATVs and dirt bikes forever if these people are found riding them all willy-nilly around the city of Rochester?
Yeah, to your point, it sounds like they're just going back to the street.
But here's the thing. If you do keep them, I mean, those people are losing access to the stuff they bought. That would be the biggest issue, right?
Right.
I mean, what is that? What's the illegal search and seizure part of the Constitution?
I'm not sure.
Okay, we probably Kimmy, can we Google illegal search and seizure Constitution so we can get the actual quote for it?
Because even let's say you had it stolen from you.
Yeah.
Well, it could be stolen from you again if you store it the same way, even if you legally should be able to get it back.
But that's not your fault.
Right, but then the cops still got to go track it down again.
Wait, you even want to auction off the stuff that was stolen?
Well, you ain't good at dirt biking or ATV, and if you can't store your stuff.
So everybody that's had a Kia stolen, they should have their car auctioned off when the police get it?
Well, it's different because you can't really do a really cool wheelie in a Kia.
Maybe if you put a bunch of sandbags in the
Oh,
back.
maybe, yeah.
I mean, police taking something that someone bought and paid for it and making money off of it it seems icky because that's what would happen. But then again, you can also make the argument that if they don't do it, they'll be facing the same problem that they were facing in the first place when the ATVs end up back with the folks who sold or were riding them in the first place, right? Okay, what do we got for search and seizure?
Kind of vague, but this says, the Fourth Amendment protects people from unreasonable search and seizure by the government. The Fourth Amendment, however, is not a guarantee against all searches and seizures, but only those that are deemed unreasonable under the law.
I don't. Okay.
Right.
So-
Pretty vague for a
Yeah,
reason.
that's what I mean. It's kind of, I guess, up
So what did
to.
Well, I don't know if the founding fathers foresaw
Yeah.
ATVs flying around
probably
cities
not.
in America. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
So how do other cities have the same problem?
With the ATVs, you're saying?
Yeah, is Cleveland and Buffalo?
Well, so Buffalo that was with the Kias. I'm sorry, it wasn't.
No,
with the
I'm just talking
ATVs.
about the kids jackassing on these.
I mean, they would have
bikes.
to. They would have to.
I would think so, too.
I mean, New York City has had a problem with this for 30 years, right? It's been around there way longer than it's been around here. All right, so I guess the question is this: 252 WCMF 252-9263. Are you okay with them keeping the ATVs and dirt bikes forever? If you can't keep them forever, what's the other option to ensure that these folks aren't back out on the streets riding their ATVs and dirt bikes around?
I also wonder if you have it taken, you pay whatever amount to get it back, and then they take it again. Is it now gone for good,
Well,
or can you just keep paying
Repeat
to get
offender.
it back?
So the way that I understood the story, it said an escalating series of fines.
Okay, so you're
Now,
just gonna have to pay more the next time potentially.
But escalating series of fines could also mean you're fined more for doing something worse than some
Yeah.
guy next to
Okay,
you
right.
driving down the street. You know what I mean? Can we figure out? Kimmy, could you Google and try and find out what the fine is to get the ATV back? Because if the fine's $5,000, okay, that's going to be detrimental enough.
because the
keep you
damn
from
thing
doing it.
ain't $5,000.
If the fine is $85,
Yeah.
well, now we got a problem.
Yeah, because you're going to get your stuff back.
All right, what's the appropriate fine for a guy who had his ATV taken away jackassing in the city?
500 might fix the problem,
That's actually a pretty good number.
right?
Yeah, because it's enough where you'll think twice about it.
Right.
but not enough where you couldn't come up with the money, and it seems like a fair fine.
And I'm guessing most of these kids are underage that are doing this.
So that's a great question because
they're not getting arrested, really.
Well, but here's the thing. Well, it's not an arrestable offense, I don't think, unless they do something really stupid. Like Kimmy said, most of the time it's just a traffic violation. But we've seen stories with grown-ass men. We've seen stories with teenage kids. So I don't know. I think it runs the gamut.
So I do know, guys that own farms that have tractors, some of those tractors can't go on the road because they get certain gas that they don't pay the same amount like you and I do.
Oh.
And if they're found on the road, the fines are ridiculous. It's better to just throw the keys than to deal with it.
No kidding.
Is what I was told. So why is that?
I know.
And that was from a straight-ass farmer.
No, I hear you, man. I know how much you hang out with farmers and how important the American farmer is.
I know some farm folk.
You and Willie Nelson talking to me. Hey, we're going to do a concert.
But I think those farm guys will tell you, some of that equipment you can't have on the road like that, or you lose your. It's defined so much, it'll crush you.
If you're going to charge the American farmer, what kind of sign? Why are you not charging? They ain't got corn, but they got ATVs. Why ain't they getting fined the right way?
So I couldn't find Rochester, but Buffalo, if you're caught riding an illegal ATV or dirt bike.
You got to watch the Sabres game.
If you're caught riding an illegal ATV or dirt bike in the city, you can expect to pay a $2,500 fine, and you're also responsible for impound storage fees.
Ooh.
That would end it right there, man.
Yeah.
God damn.
Well, like you
that's
said,
the hammer.
If you're buying those things used, too, which a lot of people are, that might be worth more than what you spent on the ATV. Okay. All right, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about the ATV dirt bike scenario. RPD did a little bit of a, victory lap story yesterday. They said on July 14th, they partnered with the Sheriff's Department, the State Police, and the Brighton Police Department. They wrote nearly 100 tickets. They towed 19 ATVs in just that one day. They say up to this point this year, they have impounded over 100 4- and 2-wheel vehicles. And they said, look, we're nailing it. Look at all the stuff we're doing. And then there's one little detail, says when they get the ATVs, if they contact the owners and they're not stolen, you can get your ATV back or dirt bike back after paying a fine. All right, if the fine's $25 million, actually,
that's a lot of bread, man.
Now I feel like that's too much.
No, but that would stop the problem.
Okay,
You're going to think twice about losing that bike, and it's going to cost you $2,500.
Locking up someone for the rest of their life would stop drunk driving. We don't do it.
No. True. Thank God.
But you get the point I'm making, right? I mean, it does get to a point where now it's unreal. If the fine is worth more than the bike itself, why the hell not just auction off the bike?
Yeah, true.
All right, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Thank God we have brilliant, smart listeners that can help us out with stuff we don't know. Because Jerry's here to set us straight. Hey, Jerry, you're on CMF, buddy. What's up?
Hey, good morning. So a couple of things that they do is if it's like a brand name dirt bike, they will auction it off. But if it's like one you buy off Amazon or a Chinese one, they don't sell it because they can't get a cut or registration for it.
Okay, wait a minute. So if they seize any dirt bike, they can actually auction it off?
Yeah, they do. So I think what they do is they give you a certain amount of time to get it out, and I think they charge you roughly $189 a day while it's in there, plus your actual fine.
Okay, do you know what the fine is?
It's the fine I don't know because I haven't dealt with that. I just know about what they charge for the impound fee.
Okay, well, Jerry, you help us none at all, Jerry. Thank you for nothing.
Also, Duff, my brother-in-law is Clay Forkhouse.
Clay Forkel?
Yeah, that's my brother-in-law.
Okay, I'm sorry. This is a deep cut.
He was the quarterback.
No, you idiot. Clay Forkel is a guy that made fun of me on Twitter one time, and I couldn't be mad because he had the greatest name of all time that I'm never going to forget for the rest of my life. Clay Forkel! Jerry, thanks for the call, buddy. I'm sorry. That was months ago, but I still love that
deep
name.
cut.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Okay, I'm getting people writing now saying they can auction off stuff that was bought with money that was obtained illegally, or, as Jerry just said, last X amount of days in an impound lot.
So if it sits there too long, they can just, all right, we're getting rid of it.
You got it. But we don't know what the fee is still. I can give you all the answers. What is it? I don't know. Let's talk to Tom. Hey, Tom, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing great, guys. Here's my idea. Just about every young man and even some young women like to ride motorcycles and go-karts and that sort of stuff. Why don't they take one of those big lots at Kodak, just specifically just north of 104 and east of Lake Avenue, and right there where the car dealership used to be, bring in a bunch of dirt and let those kids ride around there.
It's a great. Look,
That's
that's a really
actually a
good,
good
idea.
idea.
It's a good idea. And Tom, I like where your head's at. Here's the potential issue. If the city of Rochester does that, I can't imagine what the liability and insurance would be on setting these kids loose with dirt bikes and ATVs. But, I mean, Tom is using the same idea they use with the skate park.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No place to play.
It seems like, I don't know, I just thought I'd throw it out there.
No, Tom, I like the
Thanks, guys. I
idea.
appreciate it.
I like
But
look,
it's not fun to go to some controlled thing
Well,
by the
I
city
don't
when I
know,
can
though.
jet ass through this. I can
Tom,
get
thanks
away.
for the call, buddy.
But think about it though, like if you have an actual park dedicated to that, and you got hills you can ride over and stuff. I mean, a big part of why kids are riding around is because they don't have those places to take them.
Look, I think there would be a segment of the
You
folks
might
that.
might not eliminate all of them,
Right.
but it might solve some of the problems.
I think part. I'm kind of with Tommy on this.
The thrill is being in the street and pulling a move.
And it makes you look cool.
Right.
Like, it makes you look badass. But look, I don't hate Tom's idea. I think Tom is right? If these kids learn how to ride the right way and you're able to teach them how to do it
Use your
safely.
proper blinkers and make sure you top off your fluids and your tires are properly pressurized. And go out there and have controlled fun,
No,
kids.
but Tom brings up another. He walks down the road of another point here. Like this whole thing with the ATVs and the city and the arrests and the seizure and all that stuff. It's a very delicate dance because, and there's people making this argument now again on Facebook. I got two in front of us right now. You can make a very valid argument that what happens in the city that they're severely punishing is also happening outside of the city. And there are plenty neighborhoods in the suburbs where you see kids riding four-wheelers down and dirt bikes down the street.
Oh yeah.
And
Neighbors get pissed and nothing really gets done about it.
yeah, I mean, it's not a good look where the Monroe County Sheriff's Department is helping the RPD shut this dangerous thing down. It is dangerous in the city.
Yeah.
It should be stopped, right? But you don't see those stories coming out of Greece or Victor or Spencerport or Rondequoit.
True.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
How many four-wheelers have they seized
I
in
don't, but I
child
don't.
life?
I've never seen any.
I
all.
remember
See it?
growing up, kids had them, and yeah, they'd be riding around in the street without like helmets.
Yeah.
It's
But
amazing
I don't remember
nobody
like
got hurt.
I haven't seen like groups of kids like driving around
Okay.
like what I've seen on the news.
I've seen groups of kids
But you
riding
also go
ATVs.
down to that area for
No,
for school.
I'm
You've seen her in Henrietta.
Oh, you know, I'm saying in my neighborhood.
Oh, I have
there
not
are
seen
kids with ATV, like a lot of kids
There
with
used to be
ATVs
kids
and
that
dirt
would
bikes.
ride them around in people's backyards and stuff. Yeah,
I've seen
it's been
more.
around a
Look,
while.
I mean, I'm with you, Kimmy. I'm more scared for the kid than I am.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
the way
yeah,
it's happening.
It makes
Like,
me nervous to watch.
But I also understand how much fun it is,
Oh,
right?
sure.
Like I'm jealous.
There's a reason these things exist.
So like, I mean, okay, I'll read you this Facebook message. This comes in from Bob. Bob writes us, how do you charge and take away ATVs in the city when you don't do it in the suburbs and in the country? If you own the land, that's your own problem. But I see people all the time in Spencerport riding ATVs in the neighborhood that I live in, and no one's ever called the cops. I don't want them to get in trouble. It just seems unfair one place and fair the other.
But it's far more dangerous in the city. Can we agree on that compared to being out like where you live, where it's not dense?
Is it?
More traffic.
Okay, yeah,
Which
I
is
guess.
way more
yeah, okay, fine.
traffic.
Dense traffic. You're
More-
right. Traffic,
more
you're
cars
right.
on
Buses
the
and
road.
trucks.
Yeah.
Traffic, you're right, but you can also
Trains.
make that argument again about a DWI. It's far more dangerous to have a DWI in a city than it is out in the middle of the sticks. Should we charge that differently? No. The answer is no. The answer's
I
no.
would like a discount.
I mean, look, it's all complicated, right? And
It usually
there's
is.
no right answer here. It's just funny that depending on what the fine is, like, we got you. Here it is. Here it's back. Here you go. All right, let's take a break. You know what? Actually, that phone call we just took that talked about Clay Forkel is a perfect transition.
Oh.
Because your name is important,
Oh, sure.
even though your name should have nothing to do with what you become. I have in front of me a list of names, and they are names that fit perfectly with what these people on this list do.
Oh.
But what's strange is nobody who named these people could have had any idea that this is what they'd end up doing.
So how does it happen?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Does your name determine
Well, he
which...
drives you.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. What's in a name, Tommy?
It's everything, Patrick.
Would a rose by any other name smell so sweet?
I don't know.
There is nothing anyone could know about you when you are first given your name. It happens literally before you're born.
Right, yeah. You're
However,
gifted.
Yeah. It does seem that a lot of folks have a name that is perfect for what they end up doing or being.
Oh.
And proof of that may be in a document we hold in our hands right now.
What you got?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, you are listening to our sultry voices if you're in your car right now.
Yeah.
Do you know you can also see our beautiful faces?
Well, you watch us talk.
That's right. The Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, or Twitch. You can get us on YouTube and Twitch at the Break Room WCMF. Watch the live stream. The cameras are up. They are rolling. You can see Tommy's normal outfit with his pinch of purple sock.
It's my Italian sack.
You look like the Joker. Like, you look like you're like your regular self and you're going to rip your clothes off and like try and rob a bank with a clown mask on. All of that brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. Three Heads Brewing, couple of jokers over there. In front of me, I have a directory for a children's rodeo.
The hell is that?
It's a list of like kids who do rodeo from across the country.
Oh.
Yes.
All right.
And this went viral yesterday.
All right.
It's just the names of where these kids are from, names of and where these kids are from. And let me tell you, every one of these kids were destined to be in the rodeo based on their name.
So they got rodeo.
They got cowboy names.
They got hard-ass rodeo names.
Well, I'll let you be the judge, right? Because you could go cheer for Hayes Hunt.
Oh my God,
that's
it's a
one.
great one.
You could either be in a rodeo or play college baseball.
Put a pin in that. Maybe you want to cheer for Ryler Hughes.
Ryler.
Ryler Hughes. How about Tuckett Anderson?
Tuckett?
Tuckin Anderson. You maybe the next great American rodeo star is Draxton Miles. Or maybe you're more of a Carson Sparks guy.
Carson Sparks.
But I think we can all agree that the best child's rodeo name on this
That's
list,
pretty tough to top.
Cash Sweat.
Cash Sweat?
Cash Sweat. Bro, these sound made up. They sound
do.
made up. These are names we would come up with on the fly if we had to invent 5 quick names for kids on the National Rodeo
Like,
Circuit.
I feel bad for those kids. There's so much pressure on having that kind of name, and you know what I mean? Like, you can't not do something with that name.
Kimmy, wait, you say there's pressure on a rodeo kid named Quaylen Hughes?
Yeah.
You think that Tibbs Thompson feels pressure to be a good rodeo?
A little bit.
What about Byerton Thornton?
That sounds like those names sound like they should come with chewing tobacco.
So off mic, Kimmy, you brought up the College Baseball World Series. You said a few weeks ago you had a theory that parents name their kids thinking they were going to make it.
They're destined to be baseball players.
So, like, if you look at some of the rosters this past season of the World Series of College Baseball, you got names like Cleet Hartzog of Florida, Zaid Fusselman of Wright State, Willie Lumpkin of East Carolina, Talmadge LaCroix of South Carolina.
Like, there were some names where I'm like, that has to be a nickname. That cannot be their actual name.
Talmadge McCroy?
Talmadge LaCroix.
That sounds like a county.
In South Carolina?
Yeah.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Does your name end up affecting what you do and who you are for the rest of your life? Because I'll admit, it sounds like a dumb thought. But if you start to go through like the employee name list of certain companies, all of those names would sound similar based on what that job was.
Well, I do know like I've heard of some names of rich guys that sound like
Rich guys.
you couldn't be poor with that name. And there was one famous one that used to own the radio stations, Sumner Redstone.
Oh, yeah.
That just, you can't be homeless.
Yeah, you're right.
As a Sumner Redstone.
Here comes old Summy. He's got his can of beans.
You know what I mean?
No,
That just screams money.
You're right. I mean, it's almost like all of these names, depending on where you are meant to be there. And it's very strange how that happens on such a consistent basis. Why does that happen? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. And does your name represent where you ended up in life? Are you named for what you do?
Or does your name help propel you to that place?
Well, I mean,
because it's recognizable, people think it's cool and unique.
Okay.
It might help.
That's a good point. But, all right, maybe we can do it this way. I have in front of me the 2024 All Greater Rochester Boys Lacrosse team.
Okay.
And these kids who were named to this team this year, they worked hard and they stood out on the field. but maybe their names destined them to be star lacrosse players, like Keegan Hostery from Palmat,
Yes.
or Kieran Hughes from Brighton, or Cooper Moore in Irondequoit, or Chase Perryman from Honeyway Falls, Lima. And I know maybe people are thinking those are just kids from the east side. That's why they have names like that. Well, why don't you take that up with defenseman Brady Quill or Braden Pike, who both play out in Hilton?
Braden Pike?
Braden Pike. And I'll tell you this. All of those kids that I just named look exactly like their names sound.
All right.
I mean, it even counts in this room. Tommy Muley is the name of a spoiled rich kid who wasted his daddy's money and is a massive disappointment. Little Tommy can't do anything right, but the money means he's a Muley, not a mule. I mean, it's hard to do Kimmy because she took her husband's name.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, true.
Nobody ever knew how to say my maiden name.
Your name never sounded Finnish.
And I kind of agree. I mean,
It
it
kind
was
of tails off.
It was kind of like I had to like spell it out for people to really understand why it was pronounced the way it was pronounced. Burnson.
And look, I mean, Pat Duffy sounds like a super handsome, smart, cool guy. So it all makes sense, right?
Well, there's already famous Pat Duffy.
Kind of.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
John Dallas? Shut up. At the
I was just
doctor's
thinking of the
office.
mayor.
That would suck if somebody already made your name famous
Duffy.
before you. You know what I mean?
And you're
'Cause
such
it'd be
your
tough
name
to
is so
top.
common.
Yeah, Duffy is like Smith
Yeah.
in Ireland.
How many Duffy bars are there in the
Duffy bars?
world?
Well, anytime a buddy goes to a city, look what I got you. Yeah, I got
And every
7 of
city's
them.
got 4.
I know. I've got 55 T-shirts in my closet right now. 252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about what your name makes you become, and again, it all comes off of this roster of kid rodeo stars that went viral yesterday. Names like Hayes Hunt, Ryler Hughes, Draxton Miles, Quaylen Hughes, Tibbs Thomas, Cash Sweat. Those kids were destined to be in the rodeo.
So I guess you could do that probably for like golf, like any kind of privileged sport or a sport that takes a lot of money. You know what I'm saying?
Sure, yeah. So wait, are there rich people names and poor people names?
Maybe.
Well, but like you said, like some.
I mean, all these sports are basically for rich white kids.
but
I
here's
mean,
the thing.
to go into the rodeo, like you probably you come from a ranch family with a lot of money.
Well, but I mean, there are black families
guess
that
it could
live
go either
out
way.
on ranches. I mean,
Right.
like I don't know the race or creed or ethnicity of any of those kids I just named. I don't have a
I'm
picture.
thinking all those kids are white kids.
You think so?
Sounds it.
What's the oh God, who's that artist right now that sings that? "I'm gonna double shot of whiskey." He's a,
Shabuzi.
okay, I guess that doesn't count.
And next up in the rodeo, we got Shabuzi.
I'll ask you this: if I told you Darius Rucker's out front, would you think that's a black guy?
That sounds like a rich white kid.
Exactly.
Right.
That's no,
But he
he's-
probably grew up with a lot of rich white kids because he's from South Carolina.
Does it make you upset that your parents weren't more creative?
Oh, my parents were zero creativity.
Because, like,
Well, you're
I-
named after two dead people.
My father's name is Michael Jerome Muley. My oldest brother is Jerome Michael Muley. My other brother is Michael Jerome Muley Jr. There's some Sicilian creativity for you.
I feel like millennials.
Like they were charging for names.
I feel like millennials were like the last generation to put up with being like the 10th Matthew in
Yeah.
class.
And you
know what I
should.
mean, like, I think that because they're the ones that are mostly, for the most part, naming their kids these names.
Yeah,
right?
you just
I mean,
anchored to somebody else.
Yeah, but here's the thing: like even unique names now have become common. For example, we wanted unique names for our daughters, so
Right.
we went with Stella and Claire.
But
And
those sound like older names.
yeah, and my wife
Throwback.
my wife liked the traditional sound of them, and I had never really met a Stella or Claire in real life. The intern down the hall's name is Claire. My daughter Claire has 5 different Claire friends. I've met 1,000 Stellas. Every hockey game she has,
Got a Stella?
there's a Stella that has an assist or a goal
And
in
you
the
got
game.
a beer? Yeah.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Ryan. Hey Ryan, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing all right. Hey, one thing about I just wanted to touch what Kimmy just said, actually. I think the millennials have failed as naming their kids. All
those
these
are pretty
soft
cool
names,
names.
like Braxton Cooper and everything, I mean, they're just soft names.
Wait, Braxton is
I don't know
soft?
whatever happened. Old-fashioned names like, Bob, Dave.
Oh, I know what
Thomas,
happened to them.
you know?
Those guys smoked themselves to death.
I mean, all these names like Cooper and Braxton, those aren't hard. Those aren't tough names.
All right, Ryan. Now, Ryan, you seem like a really nice guy, but with all due respect, I've never met a tough
I'm
Ryan.
not nice at all.
I've never met a tough Ryan in my life, Ryan. Can you name me one tough Ryan?
Your brother and me.
My brother! You proved my point, Ryan. Ryan, thanks for the call. Can you think of a tough Ryan in history?
No, not really. Because Ryan's one of those names that's old, but it sounds new.
You think so?
But Ryan does go back.
I mean, like maybe I am biased because my brother's name is Ryan, and he's a softie.
Yeah.
He's a big old emotional softie.
Yeah,
right?
Sensitive kid.
Like I call him Rai.
But I'm sure there's a Ryan that could knock your ass out.
I ain't met him yet. Folks writing us on Instagram, this woman asks to remain anonymous, and it's mean, but I think we have to read it.
All right.
She said, we decided our baby's name months ago.
Mm-hmm.
Does this mean if I name my boy Ben, he is destined to be delivering car parts and calling radio stations to embarrass himself all day? Oh, no. I mean, as we have this discussion, it really adds to the pressure of young parents. Because maybe we've been going about naming our kids all wrong. Like, forget naming your kids after family members. Forget naming your kids after places you love or celebrities or historical figures that made a difference in your life. Like, maybe we should have named our kids or should be naming our kids for the things we want them to be.
But that's kind of forcing your will on your kid.
You don't want to do that.
Your kid doesn't have a say.
You want your kid to make a name for themselves,
but your kid doesn't have a say, period. The name is not their name. They didn't pick that name.
But you're almost like willing like this occupation on this child.
Okay, but
like I want you to be a professional golfer. Or I want you to play lacrosse or football.
Okay, but counterpoint to that, if I'm naming you after a family member, am I also not putting pressure on you to be like that person?
Oh, I agree. I
mean, so like, how do you name a kid the right way?
I don't think you should name a kid right away.
No?
How give it a little time. Think about it. Like I don't think like a lot of people put pressure. Like as soon as the baby comes out, you got to give it a name.
Well, yeah, because what do you call it?
Baby 1, baby 2, baby 3. Give it a little.
Baby 1, baby 2, baby 3.
Why not give it some time to see what little personality develops in that child?
Because they need a birth certificate.
Why?
Well, he's right.
You got a social security number. There you go.
Well, you just call them the number. By the way, if you start calling them by their social security number, there goes their identity.
I mean, I do know people that waited a few days before they gave their kid a name.
Honestly,
but I don't know anybody that went longer than a few days.
I would say because it was that's the way you do things. To your point.
All right, look, you're right. The most dangerous
give it time.
The most dangerous sentence in the English language is we do this because we've always done it this way.
Once that little personality shows up,
but that could be a while. You know what I mean? How long do you wait? And what do you call the kid in the meantime?
How long did it take before you saw like a real like little personality in your daughter?
Probably like 6 months.
There you go.
6 months? Okay.
You can't wait 6 months?
Well, all right. So
like you gotta, hey, baby. Stop that, baby.
But what if my kid's a dick, right? Like you're assuming that
name
everything's going to
Dick.
go great. No, I would have to name him Tommy. No,
very cruel.
Didn't like that one, did you? No.
Well, it hurts.
We got tweets coming in. You can always tweet us at WCMF Break Room. At Bex Patriarch writes us, this is great.
All right.
He tweets us a picture of a star lacrosse player at Loyola. And the lacrosse player's name is Mustang Sally.
Oh, that's a joke.
No, that's his real name.
Yeah.
I'm looking at
that's
the roster.
That's a song.
I am looking at the roster.
Really? That's his like birth name.
All right. Tell me what Mustang Sally looks like.
Mustang. A lacrosse?
Yeah, he's a lacrosse player.
He's got to be a douchey-looking kid.
He's a black guy.
Well, he can still be a douche.
You're right. But you weren't thinking black guy, were you?
Mustang Sally.
Mustang Sally is
so
his
they
name.
must have really liked that tune.
Who really likes that tune?
Nobody.
It's like, getting excited over the Big Bopper. Hello, baby. Which is what you'd have to say if you don't name your kid every time you see it. I mean, look, like, it also works. I think names also work on how people look. Like, with very few exceptions, there are names that just don't sound attractive.
Oh, yeah, there's ugly names.
And that person kind of fits their name.
How weird is that?
Right? Like, have you ever met a handsome Bernie?
No.
Have you ever been in awe of an Elmer?
No.
And it goes to the ladies, too. Like, show me a hot Gertrude.
That's the first name I was thinking of. Like, the famous one is, who's the famous, Gertrude Stein?
Gertrude Stein, yeah.
She's ugly.
Why you gotta hurt Gertrude Stein?
Bro, she's been dead since she was hanging out with Hemingway.
What if her family member, like, Googles her name today and, like, a radio show in Rochester, New York, Gertrude Stein, busted!
You Google Gertrude Stein. She was famous. Like, she was a poet or something. But she was some kind of writer. Like, alcoholic writer. But, like,
Are you sure? I thought Gertrude Stein was kind of attractive.
Bro, back then? And by the way, there really weren't a lot of attractive women back then.
Here's what I didn't think I'd be doing today.
What?
I didn't think I'd be Googling a picture of Gertrude Stein to argue
Do you know who
with
Gertrude
you.
Stein is?
Uh,
She was like a
only from
poet.
what you just said.
She was like a
Okay,
writer.
yeah, I take it back.
Bro, she homely.
Bro, she's
She's like Larry Holmes
She
homely.
looks like you.
Yeah. Like she's like Homerama homely.
Did you say she's Larry Holmes?
Homely.
Larry Holmes, is an attractive man.
Larry Holmes is a piece of ass compared to that woman.
All right, so just to be clear, anybody that's born after 1990 got nothing we just said.
No.
Gertrude Stein, Larry Holmes.
Well, do your homework.
This comes in from Adam. He's tweeting at us again. We're talking about what your name makes you become. This list of names of kids who do rodeo nationwide went viral yesterday, and all of them sound like rodeo participants. Cash Sweat, Carson Sparks, Quaylen Hughes, Zayd Fusselman. Well, no, he's a baseball player, right, State? I'm sorry. Adam tweets at us. Kid at Syracuse is a sophomore goalie, lacrosse. His name is Jimmy McCool. Man, lucky kid.
Well, you could put any name in front of McCool.
Bernie McCool? No,
Yeah.
Bernie McCool doesn't work.
Gertrude McCool. No, don't worry.
Dirty McCool.
You ain't cool,
Actually, no,
Gertrude.
she's right. Gertie McCool does sound
All
pretty
right.
good. 252 WCMF. We'll take one more call. Let's talk to Teddy. Hey, Teddy, how are you, brother?
Good morning. How are you?
Good, man. What's up?
Hey, Tommy, not Tommy, Duffy. I really surprised that your daughter name is not Irish beer because you give her your daughter name is Stella. Is that correct?
Yes, it is like the beer Stella Artois, yes.
Right, exactly. Because Stella is from Belgium.
What am I going to call her? Guinness?
There we go. You can do that. But I was talking to a psychiatrist a while back, a year ago. They're conducting of obsessed about the name. Perfect example. Some of the women give her daughter name is Penny because she obsessed with money.
Okay.
And also some of them give a name of Brandy because she obsessed with Bush.
Uh-huh.
Right?
Yeah.
Now, the last one is some woman give a name. The son is Dick. I don't know what she obsessed with.
Boo! 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 Is that what passes for comedy in Indonesia?
Maybe. Hey, Teddy, what's your Indonesian name?
It's not Tommy.
And it ain't Teddy.
Listen, Tommy, listen. Probably your parents gave name Tommy because they go to Miami, right?
Yeah.
Not to New York, but to Miami because that's where you born, right, Tommy?
Yes.
Yes.
Great call,
Yes.
Teddy.
All right.
Great call. Great to talk to you, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. He even told the joke like he was in it.
Yes.
Yeah,
Like going to a
yeah.
psychiatrist. He told me. All right, let's take a break. Our long national nightmare is over.
Yeah.
Amazon Prime Day has come to an end.
Okay.
2 days of it. And Amazon Prime Day has this tradition of being a couple of days now that you just waste money on things you don't need. And it turns out that may not be the case anymore.
Oh.
Because we have in front of us the most popular items sold on Amazon Prime Day yesterday.
Is it a necessity or a luxury?
You will never guess what it is.
Okay.
We'll tell you what it is next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's a money pit. 2 days of a money pit.
Oh.
Amazon Prime just
Yeah.
taking all this cash that we have for stuff that we don't need, and that's the way that it was.
It's like impulse buying, right?
Oh, yeah. But it seems maybe the way the economy is, maybe we're getting smarter, that has changed.
What are we doing now?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. So today is the first day of no Amazon Prime Day for the last two. You had the last two. Did you guys buy anything on Amazon Prime Days?
I did not.
No kidding.
I know.
You
I buy a
okay?
lot of stuff on Amazon.
Yeah, I know you do. Kimmy, did you get anything?
No, and I had put stuff in my cart and then forgot about it.
Oh, you
Because, like, you
blew
know,
it.
I get bombarded by ads. I'm like, oh, that's cool. I'll save that for later. And then I never went back to look at it.
So we have in front of us the top 10 things purchased by Americans on Amazon Prime. And for years and years and years, they were luxury items that you did not need, that you just bought because the prices got so low.
Okay.
I will tell you this.
Yeah.
The number one item sold over the last 2 days is not a luxury item. It is a household item.
So we're growing up a little bit.
Do you want to try and guess what the number one item sold on Amazon Prime Day was?
A household item.
Yes.
Something for the kitchen.
Yes, actually, this would live in
Oh.
the kitchen. Although it could, these things can be used other places in the house too.
But a kitchen essentially?
I think most people have this in their kitchen.
Fire extinguisher.
No, it's not these are things that you need to buy over and over again because they run out. Kimmy, you want to take a shot?
Oh, you have to buy them over and over again?
Yep.
Coffee cups?
Nope.
No. Paper products.
No. Well, no.
Are you
Okay,
like-
you already made your guess.
No, I was
you've
like,
been disqualified.
paper towel.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Right.
The number one item, the most popular item sold on Amazon Prime Day this year was a 110 count Glad Force Flex garbage bags box.
Oh, trash bag.
Yeah, you got it.
Wow.
110 for $15 with a 36% savings. Folks went bananas
Really?
to save $7 on 110 garbage bags.
And aren't trash bags fun?
Now, here's the thing. The rest of the top 10 list, the 2 through 9, was what you'd expect. AirPods, Amazon Echo alarm clock, hotel collection pillow, all that stuff. But none of these impulse buys that had actually deeper discounts could overtake garbage
Damn.
bags,
Because they were showing me stuff that, like, I didn't even know that was a thing.
for example.
So there's one, they go, you ever notice how hotels smell so nice? Now you could have this in your house.
Hotel scent?
Yeah, so it's a machine that you've set up in your house that blows, like, fragrance out that makes your house smell like a hotel, like a high-end hotel.
Huh.
I didn't know high-end hotels had a certain scent to them.
I guess I never thought about it, but it makes sense.
Yeah.
Right?
But it sure does.
You got me. Why
It's
would you watch
kind of
it?
become the new, like, infomercial, right? Because none of that stuff that they ever showed you on TV you needed, but they made it look pretty cool.
Yes.
Yeah, but when it was on TV, like I had to pick up the phone, I had to find my wallet,
Yes.
I had to
Yeah,
call
yeah.
him in, I had to sit on hold, I had to
Oh,
give
yeah.
my credit card. Now,
No, but I'm just saying, like, when it comes to highlighting stuff that you don't
Sure.
need, but
Or
they
didn't
make you
know
want
existed.
it.
Right.
yes, but
Yeah.
I mean, but it makes it dangerous because
Yes.
now I just press a button
Very
and I've
dangerous.
got it. Like for the folks that were on Amazon Prime this weekend, is the majority of the stuff you bought, was it stuff you needed? Or was it stuff you wanted? And in that question, you really have to think about the word need. Because you could say, I need new headphones, but you don't need AirPods,
No.
right? You know, you could say, I need a new pillow, but you don't need a high-end hotel collection pillow, right? I mean, I get the impression that maybe based on what's been going on the last couple of years, folks are starting to actually get better with their money.
Okay, maybe we are. Maybe we bought so much crap we don't need it anymore.
Okay, why do you always have to be cynical?
No, we think about it. You've been spending all this money. You've kind of tapped yourself out.
You can never buy too much crap if you buy crap. There's no limit to crap.
Well, you
Listen to
can.
what comes out of your mouth every day.
There is a limit to crap because when it gets to the point where you don't even open the crap,
Okay.
or it's just sitting there and untouched,
You lose interest.
Then it's too much crap.
Well,
you
but-
haven't even gotten to the crap behind the crap.
What? The crap behind the crap.
Hey,
Crap
I'm
behind the
up to my
crap.
ass in crap.
Kimmy, what you're saying is logical, right? But that doesn't keep people from,
No,
like, even
it
if you're
doesn't.
bored with what you
Yeah.
ordered and never opened it, something else catches your eye and you get all excited.
The worst part about, because I know they do multiple Prime Days a year, but the worst part about this one is that it's not even like near a gift giving season
It's all
or
for you.
anything like
Yeah.
that. Like in the middle
Selfish.
of July, you're not buying for anybody but yourself.
You're right. And what makes it even more complicated is other stores are using Amazon's Prime Day, which has legitimately become a holiday, to also try and sell you stuff. For example, Walmart did what they call their anti-Prime Day,
Okay.
which is not the official name, but it's what everyone's calling it.
Okay.
They offer deep discounts. Every place I have ever bought something from in my life was sending me deep discount emails yesterday. And I made it a point this year to not buy anything on these 2 days, and it was very, very, very hard.
Oh, sure. Because they keep showing you stuff.
And it's all so good.
Yes.
It's all so good. It's all so cheap. Want it.
Amazon also has their own line of influencers now. It's like an Amazon influencer program where they recruit people to show you whether you're interested in clothing, home gadgets, stuff like that. Like there are people now out there that will just highlight Amazon products. They have their own like Amazon stores you can visit of things that they've purchased that you can now get, and they'll let you know when it's on sale or when it's a discount.
Man, talk about selling your soul to the devil on that one.
But some of this stuff doesn't make sense to me. So I bought a coffee maker on Amazon. Right. So they keep sending me other coffee makers.
I get what you're saying.
And I go like, hey.
Why would you buy two? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I ran that coffee maker about a month ago. Done with that one, man. I could use another one. It's so weird.
Yeah, that is weird.
Bro, I showed you yesterday. I was wearing a new baseball cap for the first time. And it must have had an RFID chip in it. All right, whatever you call it.
Yeah.
Because I got a direct ad for the exact same baseball hat.
Yeah, why wouldn't you buy two?
Well, I guess, I wear this on Tuesday, I'll wear this one on Wednesday. It's such a great hat. All right, so if you made it through Amazon Prime Day without bankrupting yourself, congratulations. If you didn't, hey, what can you do?
You're one of the crew.
We're only human. Bound to make mistakes. We don't like to victim shame on this show. Very rarely do we. I don't like to victim shame. How about that?
Yeah, I think I do like it. Yeah, I really do. I'm kind of into it.
But there's a story we're going to tell you that happened out in Henrietta. Someone was robbed from.
Oh.
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
But the victim of this robbery may have brought this upon themselves. Because if you are someone who believes in karma, this is, as John Lennon would say, instant karma.
Damn.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, do you believe in karma?
Not really. I know you do.
Well, okay.
Because you think like the universe corrects itself.
I do. A little bit. I don't know. I'm not like religious about it.
No, I understand.
Right? I don't know. Like you don't
Like
see.
you think I'm going to really get it in the end.
Well, I mean, not any different than a normal Saturday night. So you don't think like the jerk-ass things you do are setting you up for disaster?
No.
Whether or not you believe in karma will change how you see this story because there is no debate about whether or not a crime was committed. That did happen. There may be, however, a debate about whether or not the victim had it coming.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 9:30. We now know the best sex you will have for the rest of your life.
The best sex?
Yeah.
Like what age?
No, so this is a place, but it's kind of a confusing study. I'll explain everything. Right. However, just because the best sex happens in this place doesn't mean you'll be doing it with the person you're committed to.
Oh.
We'll get into it just after 8:30ish here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us from Henrietta.
What happened?
Around 10 a.m., an unnamed victim says they were standing in line outside of a store to buy a pair of sneakers. And, Kimmy, this must have been one of those sneaker releases on a Saturday morning.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. For those who don't know, Nike, for example, will put out like a certain Air Jordan, and they make a limited amount. So each store gets a limited number in each size, and people will get there like hours before, like they're buying Pearl Jam tickets, and stand in line for when they open to try and buy sneakers.
Gotcha.
Okay.
All right.
So the victim of the eventual crime, which we will get to, says he was accused of cutting another customer in line outside of the store.
Oh, cutting.
You got it. It ended up in a big argument.
Oh.
But everything eventually calmed down, and the crime did not happen in the store. So this guy, it sounds like, got his sneakers, brought them out to his car, and must have gone somewhere else to go shopping. Because when he returned to his car for a second time, he found his driver's side window had been smashed.
Jesus.
And his new sneakers that he waited in line for were gone.
Oh, man.
That's rough.
So there is surveillance footage of a Honda Accord pulling up to the victim's car, but the license plate was made of paper and it couldn't be read. Right now, no suspects and no arrests have been made.
Off with the sneaker.
Okay. So this person had their window broken, and they're probably out a few $100 for these sneakers.
And all that time you spent like a jerk.
Well, I mean,
The dedication to it all.
Other than the cutting time, you saved a lot of time cutting. Look, it sucks for the victim of this crime.
Yeah.
And they were a victim of a crime. We are not a show that likes to victim blame. However, for the sake of this conversation, let's say this person did cut in line.
Yeah.
And all those folks that got up earlier than them, he blew past all of them. If that was the case, did they deserve what happened?
The cutter.
Did the cutter deserve to have his window smashed and his sneakers taken?
Now, as a guy that's been known to cut in line.
You're a big-ass, bitch-ass cutter.
I'm King Cut.
You are. You sneak right in there. And no shame either.
Yeah. Well, can we do more dated references? I'm sorry.
I mean, I've cut that fashion show Kimmy did.
Yep.
I cut it there. Way cut on that one, man. I cut at a funeral.
You're such a dick to cut at a funeral.
And I think I just cut recently where you guys caught me cutting for some reason.
Probably.
You cut so much, I don't even notice it anymore.
Yeah, sometimes I don't even realize I'm doing it.
No, that's a lie.
No,
you're already trying to play
just
off
wander around. Like, I'm very old and confused. Oh, look, I found this spot in line.
Thank you.
How
He's
convenient.
already trying to play the old man card.
So
you don't feel like this person deserved to be punished for cutting?
No.
Kimmy,
it's a crime of opportunity. You cut. And by the way, you don't own the property.
You don't own the line, man.
You don't,
what a
man.
spoiled-ass rich kid argument. You sit in your line. My daddy actually owns the line. My daddy bought the line. I get to go here now.
But let me ask you this. Sometimes you're standing in line, right? And you see two old women yakking it up, and they're not paying attention.
Yeah.
And, like, you got to nudge them along.
Okay.
I'm going around your ass, man.
I will
keep talking. Keep running your mouth, and keep telling your stupid story to the other one.
I will never cut anything in my life. I am so anti-cut, it's not even funny. Like, if I were running for president, I'd be running on an anti-cut ticket. That's how seriously I take cutting. Give me your saying. I'm sorry.
No, I wouldn't want this to happen to somebody if I was in line and I got my sneakers.
Okay.
But if I was somebody that was just at the cutoff of like the sneakers that I wanted were not available because I missed it by like one or two people, screw you. I hope you get those shoes stolen.
So in this story, Kimmy, you feel like they deserved it if they did cut.
She wants karma.
If I was somebody who spent the same amount of time doing what you did And then I watched that happen. Yeah, I'm so frustrated in that moment.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. With this story of this person in Henrietta allegedly cutting a line to buy sneakers ahead of somebody else, getting the sneakers, bringing the sneakers out to their car, continuing to shop later, and then having the sneakers stolen out of their car after getting in an argument with someone in that line over the cutting. Is that the karma this person deserves? And maybe, just maybe,
What's that?
it's too hard to give an honest opinion just hearing the story. Maybe you have to think back
Yeah.
to the last, entitled person who cut you in line, who cut you off on the highway, who decided your issue wasn't as important as what theirs was, that they were going to take over the situation. You wouldn't want to see anything bad happen to that person, would you?
They cut me? Or yeah.
Okay, that's what I mean.
It's like it's
all
the
about
same,
me.
It's the same.
I'm sorry, Peter Frampton of the
Peter
line showed
Frampton
up.
of the line. It's all about me, baby.
It's the same mentality as somebody that's speeding and weaving through traffic. And, everybody's been sitting here going the same pace, and you're trying to cut, and you're creating more problems. And then way up the road, you see they got pulled over. That's instant satisfaction.
It is weird. And Kimmy brings up another weird part of the human experience.
What's that?
If the person who was upset they were cut was the person that broke in the car and stole the sneakers in this story in Henrietta, it is the perfect example of how one tiny slight can turn even the most even-tempered, kind person into total maniacs.
Because you think you got ripped off.
You did get ripped off.
Of nothing.
You got ripped off of time, and you can't get time back, man.
Yeah, but you didn't own the time.
Look, you do own your own time, man.
And this is how you want to spend it, looking for stupid, expensive sneakers?
Hey, man, I got my sneakers out of your car. How you like that? Look, man, if you steal $10 from me, I can go find another $10. If you steal my hat, I can go buy another hat. If you steal my time, I never get that back. And you cutting steals my time.
What about my time?
You didn't plan for this.
Well, I'd like to steal some of yours.
Okay, great. God.
So I do this thing, and this annoys my wife. It's like when we're flying, you get your stuff in the overhead, and you're supposed to wait, right?
Yes.
Don't you dare!
my
Are
God.
you kidding me?
So as soon as we land,
Yeah.
I unbuckle, right, and I pull up the armrest, even if we're not running late, and I'm like, I pop. I don't care if there's an old
Why? Because
person.
you got to stretch those tiny little legs.
I just want to get my stuff, man. It's a pain in the ass. So I'll be I cut it right to the second, man. As soon as I can legally get out of that seat, I am up. I grab that stuff, and I'm standing, and I got my stuff.
You're blocking other people from doing that.
I know what I'm doing. And I also kind of creep up the line a little bit.
God,
Are you kidding me?
You are the worst.
Bro, I would so physically try to make you not do that. To the point where I would try to intentionally hurt you with
can't
my
do
hip
it,
or my
'cause
elbow.
you'll get arrested.
Watch me. For what?
Air marshal.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Because you're allowed to cut.
You're not allowed to cut.
Yes, you are.
It's against the law to cut.
If you look at maritime, airtime law,
Maritime.
I'm not breaking any rules.
You're
Maritime
also
law?
blocking.
And you're just jealous that I'm up.
But you're blocking people that may need to make a connection. Like you said,
be out
you'll
of your
do
way in
it
a
when you're
minute.
not in a hurry.
I got to catch a flight.
And I love how you
Even though I'm in Rochester and it's midnight.
That's the other thing that sucks about people like Tommy who have no problem cutting. They think that cutting is some genius invention they just came up with. You think you're
didn't
smart.
think of it?
Move.
Y'all
You,
sitting.
no, I did. Everybody thought of cutting.
Well,
Everybody
to get up.
Everybody always thinks of
Lazy.
cutting. The majority of people aren't massive pricks who think they're the most important people in the world. You self-entitled douche.
I just don't want to wait.
Oh my God! No way! You don't want to wait. Shut up. God, I hate you so. I've never been madder at you in my life than I am right now. And other than that time, you also admitted that you'll go through the less than, no more than 7 items line with 15 items.
Oh, yeah.
Drives me out of my mind.
Small items, come
No,
on.
God! Okay. Calm down for a sec. It goes back to what we're talking about.
What's that?
Right? Why do we all get so upset? Why do we throw reason out of the window when someone we don't know broke the rules that we all universally agree to as a society? Right? It's the most upset you will ever get.
Without actually being ripped off.
Kimmy is no, because you are ripped off.
No, I mean physically, your wallet.
I could have my
jewelry.
wallet. I could have my wallet stolen. I'm being sincere. I could have my wallet stolen, and I would be less upset than I am at you right now for telling that airplane story.
Theft of time.
I mean, Kimmy is.
Theft of time.
It is time theft, man.
And also, you're preventing somebody that. Like, what if there's a taller person on the other side of you? Now they can't get up and.
No, I'm sorry, you said it wrong. You meant normal sized person.
Because you even say you're very comfortable on planes.
I am.
You love planes.
Like planes are built for my size people.
You love to go on the fly.
Even like the little bottles and everything, I can hold them in my hand. I can drink it out. It's like a normal sized bottle in my hand.
Kimmy is the most super chill and laid back person we know.
Super chill.
Okay. Even Kimmy admits
Yeah.
you have terrible road rage.
Yeah, I will yell to myself in my car. Yep.
And it all has to do, again, with that
Feeling
person.
slighted.
Okay.
Yeah. How dare you?
If Kimmy, the most laid-back, chill person we know, can admit in her car she is screaming at people, it ain't about that person being a psycho or being rude to react the way they are.
No, it is a little bit.
How so?
Okay, you should control your temper.
You should control your stupid face and get behind me. I've been in line.
Been in line. Says the law of the lines, man. There's no law. There's no law about lines. You got a line. You can cut.
Is that what you're going to say to somebody's face? And we're like, hey, man, get to the back of the line.
I ain't going to say nothing. I just slip in there.
All right, here's the other thing.
And by the way, you had to do it stealth.
I can't.
You have to do it stealthily.
I also can't decide if it makes me more upset if somebody's doing it and they're oblivious to it, or if they're doing it on purpose.
Well, you
with
act
intention.
oblivious.
They're never oblivious.
There are some people who I think are oblivious.
It has in the
Like
history.
they're just not looking
I do
around.
it-
They're unaware of surroundings.
I do it constantly. Like, I don't even, because my wife has pointed it out to me. Like, you can't
I
do
think that there are some people that are legitimately oblivious to what's going on around them.
Kimmy, now you're being a sucker. Never in the history of line cutting.
Not so much line cutting, but just other things that piss me off that people don't realize they're doing. You know,
It's now Kimmy's list of grievances. Can you give me another example of things that will piss you off that they're oblivious to?
Well, let's say like somebody cut you off because they didn't look before they turned, right?
Okay.
Like stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, I know you don't see me behind you, but I'm still pissed at your ignorance.
Well,
you know?
now you're just being reckless.
Yeah.
252 WCMF. This whole conversation started with a story out in Henrietta. Again, it looks like it was a sneaker release. People in line to get this sneaker. A man allegedly cut the line, which caused an argument. That man who cut the line got his sneakers, brought them out to his car, apparently went to go do some more shopping. When he came back, he found that his window had been smashed and these sneakers had been stolen. And we don't like to victim blame here, but Kimmy and I are kind of on the same page. Like, if you did cut, instant karma's going to get
There you go, buddy.
Nobody told you there'd be days like these. Where's your sneakers, bitch? If we want to talk about past the point that it's the right thing to do, and society has decided that we have lines for a reason, my biggest fear in cutting a line is being called out for cutting the line.
I'll call you want.
Yo, you see, here's the thing. You pretend you're tough. Like, if you cut in the line and someone's like, sir, you just cut in that line. You wouldn't look at them. No, that's what I mean. You wouldn't look at them and be like, you ain't no law lines, man. You ain't no law lines. What you there? You'd be like, oh, I'm sorry. Did I cut the line?
Yeah, I'm not going to get punched in the face.
And everybody in that line would know you're lying. So
But
not
see, I'm
only...
at that age now, you can't do nothing
Sure,
about
right.
it.
What are you going to do?
You can't.
What are you going to do?
You can't touch me.
Watch
man.
me.
I'm 65. I'm golden.
Oh, are you golden?
There's just like this gray dome over me that I can do whatever I want, and y'all can't do nothing because you'll look terrible.
Here's what you're not...
Like if anybody touches me, you get extra time in jail for messing with me.
Here's what you're not factoring in.
I'm 65. You can't touch me.
Here's what you're not factoring in.
I'm going to cut in line and take all your Social Security money and spend it at Del Lago. Jeff Foxworthy Show. I'm going to buy 5 T-shirts.
What you are not factoring in.
What's that?
You have the most punchable face I've ever seen in my life.
Well, thank you.
Like, no, like I'm serious when I say
because
this.
I'm a smart ass.
No. I'm not even saying like even if you never opened your mouth. I'm being serious, and I say this as a warning to you. Someone with a face as punchable as yours
Why is my face punchable?
should not have the take you have about cutting lines.
I have an adorable little old man face.
Oh, you don't.
Yes, I do.
It's too much forehead to be adorable. It's like a landing strip of forehead. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's start with Chris. We've been rambling. I'm sorry. Hey, Chris, how are you, brother?
Hey, how's it going? I got a couple instances recently where somebody cut us off as a family, and they got served instant karma. And I went out of my way to laugh. And I've got a really obnoxious laugh that you can't ignore when it gets going. We were getting on our flight had landed, coming back from Aruba. And
Okay, hold on. Let me stop. Now I hate you, Chris. Now I hate you. But go on with the story.
Getting back from the islands.
These obnoxious jerks cut lines, so I got back from Aruba.
And I had airdropped everybody on the plane a picture of a T-shirt that says, "Stop standing up on flights."
Okay.
You know, when people stand up, I hate that. So I'd airdrop that to everyone as a reminder to anyone that had an iPhone there. But this sweet old lady that was behind us, I got up first. My son's getting ready to get up. She blew right through me, brushed past me, and was like hustling. And I was like, all right, whatever, lady. And I was like, well, go ahead, like that, to be obnoxious to her. As we're getting off the plane, she's complaining, I was supposed to have a wheelchair here. I started laughing. I was like, well, you didn't need a wheelchair when you cut by me. And then we just kept walking off.
She ran off the plane and needed a wheelchair.
Are you sure that wasn't Tommy that you saw on the plane? All right, Chris,
Don't
listen.
they usually invite the people that need the wheelchairs off first? Did you miss that announcement, Chris?
Well, no. Well, I was back in the middle. She must have missed it. And anyhow, I felt she needed it. We were in Abbott's 2 nights ago.
No,
There's like three people in front of us. One of them, I guess, was a party of 12, because 12 people instantly cut in front of us. And I was like, are you blanking me? And hello?
Yeah,
we're there. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I heard Kimmy.
No, it's all right.
So one of the kids that was of the 12 that cut us off at Abbott's there in Webster, she whatever she did, she spilled her root beer float all over everybody's shoes right there. I couldn't help but laugh.
All right, well,
And
Chris.
then I got,
I'm sorry. I can't take any more cutting stories. Thank you for the call, though, Chris. Have a good rest of the day.
A lot of cutting stories.
Oh, man.
Maybe it's Chris.
All right, I will say this.
What?
You heard how passionate I have been about cutting.
Mm-hmm.
You know how I feel.
Yeah.
The fact that Chris airdropped.
He's line police, and I don't know what's worse,
he's a line cop.
cutter or a line officer.
Yeah. He's like monitor of the line.
Because I would look, if somebody cuts me in line, I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to seethe
Yeah, you're gonna be
silently.
pissed.
Unless it's like someone that looks like you. But the fact that you airdropped somebody, everyone on the plane,
Everybody.
don't stand up, that person's worse. Chris is
I
Chris
just
is
think
worse.
it also invites people to do it in spite of that.
Yeah.
Let's take one more call, 252-WCMF. We're talking about line cutting and instant karma and Tommy being an entitled bitch. Frank's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Frankie, how are you, buddy?
Good, buddy. Hey, I fly Southwest a lot every year. I go down to Florida. I got relatives there. And I have a cane. I went through cancer treatment, so my feet are pretty messed up. So I get to use a wheelchair. You got to go and get approved, and they give you the wheelchair. The guy brings you right to the gate. But these people, they find a wheelchair somewhere in the airport, and they put mama in the seat, and all the other children, they go and they stand right in the front line with the wheelchair. But they're not wheelchair approved. So they're checking all the tickets. And the last flight we went down to Florida, they caught these, mama and the 3 kids, the older kids, and they said, wait a minute, you're in the C group. If you know what Southwest is, it's ABC. It's, you stand in line. So they had to work, they had the last seats on the plane. They were trying to get the first seats on the plane. So they caught him, and they had to go back all the way to the end of the line. That was kind of a funny thing.
All right, well, Frank, thanks for the call, buddy.
Guys,
Thank
have
you.
a great
There
day.
goes Frank. Okay, we learned a new lesson.
Yeah.
Never take line cutting stories again for the rest of my life. Because we were doing good with the line cutting stories, I think.
Yeah.
I think.
Seemed like it.
Want to go back and talk about Gertrude Stein again?
Yes. Never cut in line.
Let's take a break. Yeah, because she would have stopped everybody. Whoa. Steinsy. All right. We now know the best place you will have sex.
Okay.
The best place. And it's a location, right? However, just because you're having great sex in this location apparently doesn't mean you're having it with the person you're with.
How does that work?
I'll explain everything next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. don't think too many people are going to disagree with this study when it comes to the best places to get down on it.
So where's it at?
You may, however, be a little nervous about your relationship when we're done. Because it turns out that it's the location more than the person that matters.
And this is the best sex you can have?
Apparently.
Experience?
Yeah. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. You can head to the contest page at WCMF.com right now. And for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Santana and Counting Crows.
Great show.
At Empower Federal Credit Union Amphitheater at Lakeview in Syracuse, July 24th, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale right now at livenation.com. A new study suggests.
What are they saying?
Vacation sex is the best kind of sex you will have.
Oh, yeah, hotel, yeah.
Now, the study...
Road sex.
The study was not looking for the actual best location for sex, more the best way to create the sexiest time. For example, right behind vacation sex is the best sex. Folks listed trying out new positions. Then came wearing lingerie. Then came setting the atmosphere.
So spicing it up.
You get what I'm saying. But it seems to spice the mood up the most. Being at an exotic locale is what does it.
Kind of puts you in the mood.
So it's not surprising.
Yeah.
Kimmy, not surprised.
No, and I would think like you're probably away from your kid. It could also be more of a privacy thing too, right?
Yeah, sure.
You don't have a lot on your plate at that time.
Yes.
You got it.
Right?
So all these things, it makes sense. What we just told you is not the shocking part of this study.
That's a shocking part.
Of the 52% of people who said vacation sex was the best kind of sex, just over 4 in 10 said that their last vacation sex wasn't with their current partner.
Oh, wait, like
nope,
not you were cheating.
No. It's cheating. 4 in 10 respondents.
Well, cheating, man, that's kind of a skewed thing because if you're cheating, that's why you're cheating. You're going there to cheat.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's not spontaneous sex if I'm bringing it. I'm sneaking up there.
You're going up there
to
do that.
It sounds like they met these people there wherever they were. And
But you went on a vacation by yourself?
Okay, so let's break this down.
Or you snuck off?
Let's break this down. So again, 4 in 10 people who said vacation sex were the best sex said they did it with someone that they were outside of their relationship with.
All right.
Should you be nervous about your partner taking a vacation without you? Because you guys went right to vacation by yourself, which would be weird. I guess the idea is you could go on a business trip by yourself.
That's the only.
Business,
that's where my mind went.
That would be number one.
Is where you'd have an excuse to be out on a vacation by yourself, and you're surrounded by people you know, and maybe there was something going on already. But I don't know how common that is anymore.
4 in 10.
Oh, no, I'm saying like for a company to send their employees off on like a trip like that.
Right,
I mean, there's people that travel for work too.
Yeah.
Sure. All right, let me ask you this. Let's say you go on a vacation, girls' weekend, guys' weekend. Kimmy, if your husband went out with his boys to California, Vegas,
Cali.
right? 3 of his best friends.
Yeah.
Do you think his friends would tell you if he was unfaithful?
Probably not. No, I mean your loyalty lies with your friend.
Okay. So that's how.
Okay.
Tommy.
But again, but I don't know how often. I was picturing more of like a tropical vacation kind of situation.
Well, it just says vacation.
Oh, okay.
It just says vacation sex. Whatever the vacation is, wherever they are, 4 in 10 people said the best sex, of the people that said the best sex they ever had was vacation sex, 4 in 10 said they did it the last time outside of their relationship, as in they cheated.
So how about like bachelorette parties? Bachelor parties at their destinations where you're married but you're going up with the girls.
A lot of space with people a lot of the time.
Okay,
though.
so
yeah, but sometimes they sleep up to the guys' room.
True.
All right, but that's the question here, right? Like, even if your partner's friend, your husband, your wife, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, witness them cheating on you, watch them go into a room with somebody else, would they tell you?
No, of course not. Probably not.
Because like,
they probably don't want to be involved in it.
Well, it's funny, man. Like you sit here, you're like, nah, man, but I can talk like this because like this would never happen to me, man. Because your wife, she takes girls trips.
Yeah, with her sisters.
Yeah, and they go to all kinds of fun places.
Yeah.
So let's say she, let's say she came across a 5'5" man and couldn't keep. Decided, wow, I didn't know they made him that big. Sneaks off with him.
Yeah.
Do you think that your wife's friends or family would share with you?
Well, they're families. I don't know.
Her family.
Yeah, so family's thicker than midget. So I don't know.
Well, you think her friends would tell you?
Oh, I was thinking the family because she usually takes family trips.
Okay.
Sister
So,
trips.
all right. So you would her sisters?
I think the family would probably not because it's family.
Okay.
I mean, same thing with you, right? I mean, if your wife cheated on a trip with her sister, maybe the friends would dime, but I think the family would stick together.
I think friends are more likely than a family to keep that secret.
Yeah, because family could also be affected by it.
But her
so
family
your
doesn't like
family,
Oh, I love how you say
But
that.
you told me that.
No, but I love how you say that. Like
They
you're,
love me.
Like you're an Oscar statue.
Bro, they
You
love
think
me.
they love you? Oh, yeah, please. Let's get more of that guy that moved in my sister's house and started just eating all of her resources. Oh, you got money? Give me. Oh, you got a house? Give me. I like it. Oh, by the way, now I get to call myself a dad and a grandpa. Give me your kids and grandkids, too. Give it to me all. Give it all. And I cut you in line.
So you're saying I'm screwed?
Oh yeah, 100%. No, look, I'm not suggesting your wife's going to cheat on you.
No,
It
I
is
know,
funny.
sir.
I find this thing this morning, this story. My wife leaves tomorrow on a girls' trip down south with her two sisters.
Family.
Yeah, her family. They're all going out of town. Hey, by the way, 4 in 10 people say that they've had vacation sex without their partner the last time they've gone. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Should you be nervous about your partner taking a vacation without you? As we have this discussion, are either of you now feeling uneasy about the people you're with?
No.
Not me, man. Who would cheat
I
on
will
me,
say,
man?
you know what one would make me the most nervous in like relationships that I've had just in general would be like a big work trip, right? Because those are the people you spend the majority of your time with.
Okay.
Those are the people that you could have formed that relationship with, and maybe things never got to a certain point, but this whole situation could lead to something more. I think I'd be the most nervous about a big work trip. Especially
Because you know
if
those
it's-
people intimately,
Especially
really.
if it's in like paradise, you know what I mean?
Ooh.
All right.
Paradise work trip.
And, they do say the people that are the most trustworthy are the ones that get cheated on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
is it inappropriate to tell your partner that they cannot travel without you?
Is it inappropriate to say I would feel more comfortable coming?
Yes.
I don't. I would feel funny doing that, but I don't think it's inappropriate, especially if that person's giving you any reason to not trust them.
Well, you can find a reason to not trust anybody.
Yeah.
Like, for example,
But, like, if
4 in 10 people who had vacation sex the last time said it was outside of their relationship.
Yeah, I mean, it looks controlling, but I guess I also understand it.
Is it inappropriate, Tommy, to tell your partner they cannot travel without you?
It's insane to say something like that, man, because it's even more than controlling. It's like, I don't trust you.
But I've seen it happen
you're a
in
Roman
relationships.
skank.
Would you call her a roving skank?
Yeah, that's what you're saying. Like, I don't trust you. Like, you're guilty before you pack your britches.
I will say, though, I know, and I guess this is when, like, some women were younger, like in their 20s, where they kind of would show up to things that were supposed to be like a boys' trip and stuff. But those girls also kind of had a reason to do it.
Wait, what do you mean?
Like, that guy had cheated on her before,
Oh,
or
like,
he was
you mean like
cheated.
they showed up to see what he was doing?
Oh, no, like she was like, I'm coming along.
Gotcha, okay.
And it's because there was a past there. You know what I mean? Like it.
The
it was
girlfriend
kinda
that
like one of
ruins
those
everything.
things-
We all know that
Okay,
guy.
but here's the thing, man. You can't say the girlfriend that ruins everything when you have openly admitted
Yeah.
that you
You
cheated
should've.
on multiple women, including a woman you were married to, engaged to.
Yeah.
Like, who are you to say, what are you going to do, check up on me? It's not like I'm cheating on you. Wait, yes, I am, over and over
But
and over
I
again.
bet, you know,
You got chlamydia when you were married.
I was a kid.
How old?
I was an actual kid. I was in my 20s.
Okay.
And it was gonorrhea, not chlamydia.
Sorry, my apologies. How dare I? So, all right, Kimmy, I'll ask you this question. So, like I said, my wife is leaving tomorrow to go to Charleston,
Yeah.
right? And I'm going to take her to the airport tomorrow. So let's say I get home tonight and I go, listen, I saw this study,
Yeah.
I love you, I trust you, but you can only trust someone so much. I don't want you to go.
Oh, you would forbid her
Oh,
from
I'm not
going.
saying you're not going. I would say I don't want
well,
you
you're
to go.
kind of saying don't go.
Don't go. I don't want you to go. Would that make me a controlling husband?
Kinda.
But you just said it would be okay for women to do it. Is that a double standard?
No,
for...
I didn't say it would just be okay for women. I'm saying like the situations I know where somebody did that, there was a lack of trust there, and they said that for a reason.
Okay.
It's your wife's never done anything to you, at least I don't think. Where
What the hell does that mean?
Where you would assume.
Of course she hasn't done anything.
I'm just saying.
At least I don't think. Now you got me thinking.
And to your point, I think it does look worse when a guy says that to a woman.
Why?
It just looks more controlling. I know it's not, but it looks that way.
It does. It
and
looks like
and
an
it would
abuse.
sound that way.
It looks abusive.
Yeah.
Coming from a man to a woman, That sounds like an abusive relationship.
would
Like,
that-
like an
Sounds
emotionally.
controlling, yeah.
It looks like an emotionally abusing relationship.
But how would that not be emotionally abusive woman towards man?
It's different because men
It
have
is.
a
No, it
history
is.
of dominance over women.
Oh, I forgot. Here we go. Susan B. Anthony Muley shows up again here. That's gonna.
But you know what I'm saying, man?
Guys, what you gotta ask yourself?
If somebody says, well, she doesn't trust him when he's, I know, men are scum. Like, it just kind of goes that way. And
Okay.
a guy saying that sounds like an ass.
I'm going to try and pin you down here because I want to recap what you just said in the last 3 minutes. Right? 180 seconds.
Right.
Kimmy brings up the woman that shows up to the guy's trip because she's worried that he's cheating.
Right.
You say, oh, yeah, the worst girlfriend ever.
No, the girlfriend
That ruined
ruins
everything.
Right.
I remind you of your infidelities in your past,
Yes,
and you
you
go,
do, but
yeah,
thank you for
but I asked Kimmy if as a man I can tell my wife not to go because I'm feeling nervous after she brought up the girls. She says, no, that feels controlling. You said it's different than a man. And then you start going off on, men have dominated women forever and we can't be trusted and da-da-da-da-da. Where are you right now?
I think when I know what I see and what I feel.
No, you don't, because you would have brought this up before the whole girlfriend that ruins everything.
Now-
High five, bros.
Now I'm just lost.
I just think for a man to speak to a woman like that,
It's
gonna
alarming.
It's going to look terrible. It looks like my dad's generation.
I agree.
Where my mother didn't have any control. And my mother was a prisoner.
Look, I agree with you, and I would never look at my wife and say,
Of
you're not
course you
going
would.
anywhere without me, but I just find it strange that you're willing to give a pass to a woman for doing it where it can be just as emotionally abusive.
For a guy.
What? I don't get my freedom
Well,
too?
listen, man, look, guys ruined it for everybody. I'll give you that.
Shut up, man.
Guys ruined travel for everybody. Because listen, man, my mother never cheated on the road.
You don't
I
know
know
that?
my old man did
Bro,
because
you
she
don't
wasn't
think your
allowed on the
mom-
road.
You don't think your mom...
She would have to be banging the milkman.
Oh, wow.
We did have a lot of milk.
How tall is your one brother?
He's 5'11".
5'11". How tall is your other brother?
He's 5'10".
How tall is your dad?
About the same. My sister was 4'11" and a half.
And you are...
5'5" on a good day.
Yeah.
See? Nothing.
What were you saying?
All steady, right
Bro,
across the board.
you are...
All lined up like the Kennedys.
You are a knob that went too far.
Tummy knobs.
Well, yeah, but for different reasons. What is weird about this study, and again, we find out in this study initially that vacation sex is the most exciting sex you can have. But after that, the people that said they enjoy vacation sex, it's the best. 4 in 10 of them said the last time they had vacation sex, it was outside of their relationship, as in they cheated.
Sneaking.
When they were gone.
And messing.
The fact that the number is that high not only, makes you lose faith in what could be fidelity, it's also one of the hardest times in human history to cheat.
Yeah.
Like, even if your partner
The
is...
trail that
Yeah.
you leave electronically.
Look, wait, my wife and I...
You can never lie about where you're going.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And even if I am in the city that I say that I'm in, my wife and I, we share locations with each other and the kids in case of emergency on our phones.
Right.
My wife can see and I can see where she is exactly at all times.
How long you've been there.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Right? And then let's say I am super paranoid with my wife being gone this
Yeah.
weekend, and I decide I want to see what she's up to. It used to be, Tommy, if I called her hotel phone, she could tell whoever she was with to shut up,
Yeah.
talk to me like nothing was wrong, and hang up. Now, if I FaceTime my wife and she doesn't pick up while she's at a hotel at 11 o'clock at night,
Your
What the-
mind's going to wander.
100%. 100%.
Yeah.
Why are you not showing me the inside of that hotel room? Answer yourself. This is why I told you you can't leave without me.
Yeah, so cheating should be way down.
But this has to be...
Or getting busted.
Almost half of people admit that they weren't busted because they were having sex and they're still in that relationship, unless it goes back to what we were talking about yesterday with the open relationships.
Right.
Are people just that trusting where I'm not even going to
Checking up on your ass?
Or, technology could go the other way where you are FaceTiming them and keeping up with them and they're just better at hiding it. You know what I mean? Because if you FaceTimed your wife, you said goodnight, you'd feel fine after that, right?
I guess.
But
So,
credit card
after that,
receipts
she
that
would
don't
be...
look right. You know what I mean? Like there's so it's not just like seeing you.
Yeah.
It's like money and
Yeah.
buying tickets and doing things. Like you would have to be straight cash, not to go like, why were you drinking at some joint at 1 o'clock in the morning when you said you were asleep?
That's a good
like
point.
all
I
that
know-
would line up.
I know things like Ubers and ride shares have gotten
Right.
people in trouble.
Yeah.
Like all that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, this is fun.
Don't cheat.
No, I'm going to call my wife and tell her she's not allowed to go this weekend.
No.
Excuse me. What is this? You tell me all the time I'm my wife's first husband.
Oh, it was a joke. I
was
said
it a joke?
starter husband.
There you
joking.
go. Yeah. No, real nice. Yeah, it's fine. No big deal.
Well, you were just married. I didn't know it was going to work out.
Thank you.
Well, you don't know. You don't know when you go to a wedding it's going to happen.
You went to both his weddings.
Quick sidebar.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I did.
Yeah, we were just talking about this. My wife and I, we just had our 14th anniversary last week. Right? And
Happy anniversary.
shut up. So we were laughing about how, we got married at Black Creek Park. She was 8.5 months pregnant.
Yeah.
You were lurking in the bushes for some reason. You were in every one of our photos, hiding behind a bush, looking at my wife and I.
You had radio people as your minister.
Former radio people.
Yeah. Well, still, you're always radio.
See, you think that.
Independent lane, buddy. What?
Nothing. We were laughing about had we taken bets that day on whether or not we were going to make it. We would have made a fortune. I'm going to estimate 90% of that wedding.
I would have got crushed on FanDuel.
I'm telling you, 9 and 10 of those people at that wedding thought that wasn't going to work out.
Well, don't forget, you were a kid.
I bet you some of those people still don't think that.
And you were a jackass. You knew he had nothing backing you up, brother.
What? It's been 14 years, man.
Your father wasn't even in your corner.
No, he was hoping. He thought it was going to work out for him. Hey, doctor, hello. It's the only way the family was getting a Dr. Duffy.
Yeah, true.
Unless I started a
one of those online doctor things?
Or a dirty piano player. All right, let's take a break. For years and years and years, the question has been, how do I make the best scrambled eggs?
Really?
Well,
Okay.
no. I mean, look, Kimmy has said it before. If there's one thing that dads know how to do, it's make scrambled eggs.
This is my
Well,
dad's
it's pretty
specialty.
easy.
It's not, because there is something. Every dad has a special ingredient they put in their scrambled eggs to make them
But
better.
are you talking scrambled eggs or omelet? Because
No,
those are two different things.
I understand.
Straight
that.
up scrambled eggs.
All right, just dad scrambled eggs.
I know what the difference between an omelet and a
No,
scrambled egg
but dads
is,
might
idiot.
think they make an omelet, but
Okay.
it's really just a mess.
I'm done talking to you because you don't talk to food. Kimmy, or eat food. You put this in your scrambled eggs according to experts.
Yeah.
And what's it do?
It'll be, Kimmy, the best scrambled
Okay,
eggs you
Really?
ever made
I'm
in your
willing to
life.
Is it
listen.
gross, though?
Me and Kimmy are going to talk about it next here in the break room on CMF. All you breakfast dads, listen up.
Breakfast dad.
Well, look, Kimmy said it, right? Like, if a dad is going to be good at one thing, it's cooking eggs.
Yeah, because it's the dumbest thing to make.
You don't know how to make eggs.
Scrambled eggs. It's in the name.
Oh, no. There are good scrambled eggs and there are bad scrambled eggs.
Right.
And genetically, as a father, as soon as you have your first child, you automatically become a fantastic scrambled eggs maker. And this theory, this tip, may take your scrambled eggs to the next level.
So there's a move.
Apparently.
A dad move. Pound of butter.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Before we get to what this is, Kimmy, every dad has like a special ingredient they put in their scrambled eggs to make them better.
I guess, or at least they think it's unique.
Did your dad have that special ingredient?
I don't know. I honestly don't know what he puts in his scrambled eggs, but he does nail the consistency.
Okay.
My dad did.
What?
Yeah, my mother. I don't think I ever saw my father flip an egg.
Okay. When I was a kid, I was told you put milk in your eggs to make them better.
Well, I've seen that move, yeah.
Well, apparently.
See, my dad argues that's cheating.
How is that cheating?
Because you're not really, like, enjoying just the egg.
Well, doesn't it fluff them a little bit or something?
That was the theory, yes.
Yeah.
Well, it turns out we can make them even fluffier.
Right.
Apparently, adding seltzer to your scrambled eggs.
Wait, soda?
Seltzer?
You got it. It's supposed to make them fluffier. So they say just a teaspoon, and they say don't use flavored seltzer, just use the plain stuff. And according to scientists that were asked about this.
So the fizz does something?
Yeah, the fizz could, I don't know, it pops,
opens it up?
something,
All right.
and they make your eggs
probably
fluffier.
it wouldn't taste like anything because seltzer has no taste.
Just water.
Oh, okay.
This does kind of feel like something that people who like seltzer are trying to convince people because they want another reason.
Oh, but you're
to
not
use
going to
seltzer.
taste the seltzer in it,
Yeah.
right?
Are you sure? Because seltzer's gross.
Like seltzer's
but-
pointless.
But,
Thank
but
you.
just plain
Thank you.
seltzer is just carbonated water.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not going to taste. It's not going to have a flavor to it.
Like when I see people drinking bubbly water,
Yeah.
what are you, Roman?
I actually enjoy seltzer.
No,
water.
you
But
don't.
only
you think
certain-
you're
No,
European.
You think
No.
you enjoy
'Cause you're
seltzer, but
Italian.
you
You know
don't.
why? Because you're
No,
Italian.
okay, I did not like seltzer water until Wegmans started coming out with all those varieties of seltzer. and
pass me a Pellegrino, baby.
She's a poser.
I'm out to
some of them are really good.
You're a poser.
I'm not. I enjoy it.
City.
My husband likes it too.
Poser.
He's literally posing. So let me ask you this.
Yeah.
What kind of glass you drink it in?
I just drink it out of the can.
You know, all right.
She likes seltzer in the can.
Yeah.
Oh, you know of a new business you opened up or anything?
It's not open to opposite sex. Whatever you call that. The men only in my kiosk.
Yeah?
Men only seltzer stand.
Yes.
Here's what's weird. Because first of all, Kimmy, you don't like seltzer. You just said it. You're just drinking
No,
seltzer
I
because it got
really
popular.
do.
Look, you're not going to convince me otherwise. We have shared a fact that Tommy and I both agree. But here's the other weird part, Tommy.
What's that?
If you don't like seltzer, people who do like seltzer want to know why you don't like seltzer.
'Cause
Oh no, I wouldn't push it on anybody.
You get badgered. No, seltzer people push seltzer. It's starting to become a cult, and they'll start suggesting, like
seltzer
you just
cult?
did. You just did it. They'll start suggesting one of the 1,000 flavor of seltzers that
well,
exist.
no, because you told me I didn't like it. So
Because you
I'll
just
tell
said
you why
you don't.
I like it.
You don't like seltzer.
Because I always put like seltzer and club soda kind of in the same category.
Okay.
And I always think of like if I'm drinking club soda, all I'm thinking is where's the scotch? Like I like scotch and soda, whiskey soda, rum and soda.
You always add it to something.
Yeah, it was always like a mixer to me.
Sure.
And because that's how I started drinking with mixers before I went straight, you know? So, like, if I'm drinking seltzer, it's like, where's
Sounds like you had a problem.
It's got no pop to it.
It's got nothing.
Just have a glass of water.
Nothing.
Yeah, it does it's like flavored water.
Yeah,
Just
but
a
it's-
little
Yeah,
fizz.
but that flavor was some booze.
You could do that too. I mean,
You know what
people
else
also enjoy booze with seltzer. You're still
Yes, I know,
tasting
I
the
know.
seltzer.
Look, but seltzer doesn't taste like anything.
Yeah, it's all the seltzer does is cut it,
Yeah.
and then it's almost like you're drinking Happy Soda, which was one of my favorite comics in the 70s.
Oh, right. He opened up for Soupy Pockets.
You know, he died, yeah.
What
Stepped in
happened?
front of a freight train.
What the hell? I got real dark. I was waiting for a soda-related joke. Dear God.
Well, the train was hauling soda.
Shut up. 252 WCMF. This conversation started about adding seltzer to your scrambled eggs to make them fluffier, which apparently does work scientifically. But now we're just crapping on everyone that likes seltzer because nobody actually likes seltzer.
But to her point, that whole section of Wegmans
And they
is
keep
just-
adding.
It's a wall now because remember they stopped selling actual soda at Wegmans.
Oh,
that
no, they stopped
WPOP.
selling their POP diet because it
Right.
didn't fall under there yet.
So now it's just a wall of those flavored sodas, cans, bottle, whatever you want. They've got it. She's right, man. It's a whole aisle.
Okay, I have another conspiracy theory I want to throw out there.
What's that?
So you said it yourself. There's like 40,000 flavors.
Yeah.
I'm convinced there's just 5 flavors, and like the packaging makes you think that it tastes something different.
So passion fruit is also grapefruit and raspberry.
Exactly.
All right.
And they're all strawberry actually.
Yeah, they're berry very themed.
Yes. No, but I'm saying, like, it's all strawberry. Every one of those is strawberry, but it's like the Skittles effect. Because, fun fact, every Skittle tastes the same. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
The colors make you think that the Skittles taste different. You've seen that before, right, Kimmy?
Did not know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, was that confirmed, though, or is that just one of those things that kept going around?
We decided it. But the fact of the matter is this. When your brain sees different colors, it equates it with different tastes.
Yeah,
but
that would make sense, yes.
In fact, they've also done studies where they found if you eat something like cottage cheese and someone yells out a food in the other room, that cottage cheese will start to taste like that thing.
Because cottage cheese also has no taste and no point.
I actually love cottage cheese.
That I don't get.
It's delicious.
That's like old lady food.
I could eat cottage cheese every day for the rest of my life. I have a giant tub of it in my fridge right now.
You do not.
I hand to God. I have two because there's two brands I like. The Wegmans one is good, but I also like to step it up every once in a while and get the good cottage cheese. It's called good cottage cheese.
Do you eat it plain?
I do.
Ugh.
You don't even put any like fruit in it or
Nope.
anything?
Straight up, uncut.
I don't know.
Pure
There's something
cheese.
about the texture of it.
It's like a bucket of bull semen.
The thought of it all. I wish they
Is that
called
what you
it.
would look like eating a bucket of bull semen?
Well, how else would you eat bull semen?
I can think of another way.
Well, not after it's in the bucket. I'm not drinking it from the source. It would be like this. Can I do that?
Oh my God! I mean, there's no FCC
Well, actually,
on our
it's-
live stream.
It's a bull, so it'd be more like that.
Thanks a lot, Three Heads Brewing, for sponsoring our live stream cameras.
I wish they called cottage cheese something else because my
Because it
mind.
ain't cheese.
You're right,
It's
because my
cheese.
mind is thinking cheese, which is also like, why is this soupy cheese?
Which is my third favorite comedian from the. Yeah, you know, here he passed away.
Oh.
Caught on fire, and everyone watched
No,
him burn.
he actually saw Soupy get run over by that freight train.
Wait, I thought the soda one got hit by the freight train.
No, I thought it was Soupy cheese or soda cheese.
252 WCMF. Jeremy, save the show, buddy. What's up?
I'm not saving nothing. Tommy remembers the consistency from his days as a rodeo clown. Oh, it tastes great. And seltzer is good. You're stupid if you don't like seltzer.
Seltzer sucks. Seltzer.
Moron.
You have the
How
perfect,
is it good?
Hold on.
It
he
is
has,
good.
He has the perfect personality for a guy who
Yeah.
says he likes seltzer.
You're miserable. That's why you like soda.
Exactly. I'm not calling about my personality. I'm calling about my taste. And every Skittles does taste the same, like garbage. Anyways, listen. I don't understand why people overcomplicate eggs. Wipe away everything you've ever heard. All you need is butter or olive oil and some eggs, and you cook them until they're a little bit underdone. Let them sit in the pan. That's it. Game over. Serve them to the people you love. You don't need all this overcomplicated crap.
I mean, this is coming from a man who worked in a kitchen for a living for years and years and years, so he would know better than we do. Except he has a take on seltzer that sucks, so can I even trust you about the eggs?
Serve your eggs with love.
Yeah, there you
I'm
go.
out.
That's all you need. Love and bull semen and whatever else you got. I don't know.
Great
See
call,
you,
Jeremy.
Dix.
Great to talk to you. There goes Jeremy, who sucks even harder now because he likes seltzer. All right, let's take a break. This conversation used to not be a conversation. When Kimmy and I were in high school, you did this, there was no discussion, and if you didn't do this, you were going to be a massive disaster.
Oh.
Things have gone the other way big time. Now to the point where, wait a minute. As much as we were, Kimmy sold a false bill of goods, this is still necessary.
Did I do it?
No, you did not do it. I did not do it. Kimmy is the only person in the room who did this.
All right.
And I guess it comes down to, would it be worth it? What you have to spend and what you get out of it.
Oh, okay.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's a debate that has blown up the last couple of years.
What happened?
Well, Tommy, they say you got to spend money to make money.
Oh, yeah.
But does that hold true when it comes to what you do for a living? Because a large segment of the population says this is not as important as it used to be, despite the fact the numbers say otherwise.
So what am I missing?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 9:30, we got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you.
Nice.
So we got that. That'll be fun. And only 1 in 10 people say they've done this at work. And although it seems like a lie, the changing ways our kids go to school may make this so.
All right.
And we'll get to it just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. Speaking of going to school, to go or not to go to college.
Yeah, I thought everybody was passing on college.
Okay, so that's the big question facing our teens right now and over the next few years.
Because I think colleges are shutting down, right?
They are, yes, they are.
Enrollment's been down.
Yep.
So
20 years ago, Kimmy, it wasn't even a question.
No, I feel like especially there was like that, gap of maybe like 10 years where it was like the big push was college. It was like college or nothing.
Yes, they told you if we didn't, they told Kimmy and I if we didn't go to college, we'd
Yeah.
end up homeless, eating government cheese.
Every show we watched as kids too, those
Where
kids
were
were
they
going
wrong?
off to college. Like it was just you were bombarded with the thought of college comes next.
Yeah. And that idea has changed a lot over the last 2 decades. As folks who spent a lot of money on a piece of paper and didn't get the return that they thought they would are now starting to talk about it. And that may explain what we're about to tell you this morning.
So what happened?
According to the Pew Research Center.
Well, that's one of your top pews.
Yeah, so then there's the Gun Research Center. That's the Pew Research Center. Thank you. According to the Pew Research Center, less than 1/4 of Americans say taking out loans to go to college is worth it.
Listen.
Let me say that again. Only 22% of Americans say they believe taking out loans to get a college education is a smart move.
Well, that's because they got money degrees, right? Degrees where they'll get it back.
Oh, no, this isn't are you doing it. This is
people that
just
have
everybody.
Okay.
Americans,
Okay.
only 22% of Americans believe taking out loans to get a college education is smart. Further, 29% of Americans said college is not worth it at all. And 47% of Americans said the degree is worth it, but only if you don't have to take out loans, which would be impossible for almost every
Most
kid
people.
going to college today, right? What the hell happened over the last 20 years that many people have that take? 252-WCMF, 252-9263.
That bailed on college, basically?
That went and then later on,
Didn't work out
after
for
it all. I mean, you live and you learn kind of thing.
Okay. Going even further. You ready for this? 4 in 10 Americans say a college degree is not important to get a well-paying job right now. Let me say that again. 40% of Americans believe that a college degree is not important to get a well-paying job at this moment. So almost half of Americans believe you do not need that piece of paper to make it in America anymore.
But I guess there was a time when some of those jobs.
Okay, what are you doing?
Sorry, there was a time.
There was a time.
Thank you.
When a lot of those jobs did require a college degree. And I think we're seeing now that a lot of those job postings, they're taking that out of the requirements. So now I guess you could say, yes, that degree wasn't worth it. That piece of paper wasn't worth it. But, if you were seeking a certain type of job, whether or not that degree added to your experience or anything, like you still did need to have it to apply for the job.
Okay, and going further with Kimmy, there are numbers to back up that you may not need a college degree to make it in America anymore.
All right.
You ready for this, Tommy?
Yeah.
The poverty rate for young men without a college degree has fallen big time over the last 10 years. In 2011, it was 17%. Today, it's 11%. So it is easier to make it without a piece of paper today than it was 12 years ago.
Be above the poverty line.
You got it. I mean, I guess you're right. Make it and be above the poverty line, two different things. However, there might be a big-time problem here.
What's the problem?
All right, I want you to look me in the face. After what happened yesterday with the whole how much water's in a coconut thing, I need you to listen.
Yeah, we found out not very much.
When it comes to making the most money, getting a college degree is still the way to go.
So big bank.
Right now,
corporate guy.
The average man under the age of 34 without a college degree makes $45,000 a year.
Right.
What does the average man without a college degree under 34 make?
Below $50,000.
Okay, thank you. It's below the national average.
All right.
The same man in the same age with a bachelor's degree or higher.
Is that 2 or 4?
That's bachelor's of 4.
Right.
Makes $77,000 a year.
Damn, bachelor boy.
It's a big time gap.
Well, yeah, you're almost doubling.
For young women, it's even wider. Just high school education for women, $36,000 under 34. Bachelor's or higher, it's over $65,000.
So I did see that part of the problem with college is guys aren't going to college. Like there's more women enrolled in college now than men.
That's been a trend since I was in high school.
Yeah, so I mean it's switching over. There's more advanced educated women, not so much with dudes.
Sure.
So,
well, yeah, look at us, you idiot.
I was a trendsetter. Man.
Is that what you were, yeah?
Kind of was, man.
Oh, I'm a trendsetter. Look at all my trends, how dumb they
I
are.
broke the chains of college.
Your wife is college educated and successful. You are not. My wife is college educated and successful. I am not.
But they say, like, if this continues, you're going to see a lot of women way out earning men in the country.
Again.
It'll be like my dad's generation, but now it'll be the women.
Oh, wait.
The women are going to have more control of money than men, generally speaking.
We'll see about that.
In 50 years, if it continues that way.
No, I know. You're right.
We will be below them in money or
yeah, and
power.
Wow, why are women taking over? We will be below them in money. Says man
They're gonna
with job with microphone.
They're going to have the power.
First you get the women.
No,
the women come first.
First, the women get the money. Screw you. I don't need you. Like I think marriage is going to go down.
Oh, because women are more independent?
They don't need you.
Well, okay,
my mother was completely dependent on my father. Your wife don't need you.
Yeah, but we're married.
I understand that.
Your wife doesn't need you either.
Right.
And she still tried it.
Who's going to take the trash out?
He could have started with him, but no.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something stupid.
But
Your wife don't need you.
She got to be the breadwinner.
I know a lot of cases of women that make more than their husbands, but they still wanted to, they wanted to be in a relationship.
But relationships have changed. Okay. And whatever the standard relationship that my parents or I grew up with, that's changed.
You're right.
I mean, things evolve.
You're right. Folks are waiting on hold. They've been waiting patiently. Just to recap a couple of things we just told you. Less than a quarter of Americans say taking out loans to go to college is worth it. Only 1 in 3 Americans believe college isn't worth it at all. And 1/2 Americans say the degree is worth it, but if you have to take out loans, you shouldn't.
Yeah.
Right? We do have numbers that say there are more men under 34 without a college degree above the poverty line than there were 12 years ago. However, when it comes to young men, people under 34, a young man under 34 without a college degree makes on average $45,000 a year. That same man with a bachelor's degree or higher, $77,000 a year. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is it worth it or is it not worth it? Let's talk to Dave. Hey, Dave. What's up, buddy?
Hey, Duffy. Just going to talk to you about this. I think part of the issue that about the loans is 20. Well, I'm going to go back almost 30, 40 years from myself. You were capped at the amount you could get, like the amount you could take it, and you could only really get federal loans. So, like when I went, the most I could borrow in 4 years was $16,000.
Oh man, you're dumb.
So how much did that cover? How
nothing.
Well, so Duffy's going to. I went to the U of R. And it covered.
Well, my wife did a residency there, so I can't.
It's right down the street. That's that impressive.
So I went to the U of R. The first year I was there, it covered a quarter of my tuition.
Okay.
The last year I was there, it was like it had gone from $16,000 to $25,000 while I was there.
Okay, so Dave, how did you make up the difference?
I was. My mother took out loans. I worked 3 jobs.
Okay.
But part of it, like. I wouldn't necessarily encourage parents to take out loans because my mom didn't have money. Oh, and the other way I made it up is my mom worked there.
Okay.
So I got some money.
Lot of things. So, Dave, I understand what you're saying, and you're right. The idea that you're going to ask an 18-year-old kid to take out loans for up to 6 figures that can follow them for the rest of their life is insane.
Yeah.
The counterpoint to that, Dave, is you were very fortunate to have a mother that worked there that helped bring down your tuition. You were fortunate that your mother had the ability to take out loans for you, right? And you had the ability to work those jobs. I look at kids like, I'll use me as an example. Not that I was going to be able to succeed in college anyway.
Yeah.
But if I had that ability, Dave, my parents would not have had the credit to take out loans for me. So if I was limited, I wouldn't have been able to go to potentially a college that would take me at all. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, I do, but then that gets to my next point is you probably could have gotten the federal loans. They were giving parents loans to people that my mother didn't have the credit to get parents loans either, but she did.
Listen, trust me, you've never met my parents. My dad had to swipe his credit card to open our refrigerator. I don't even know how that works.
But then, since I went, it became more popular with the private loans, and they'll give money to anybody, and the interest rates are stupid, and that's why you're seeing like six-figure debt.
Okay.
Versus like when I went, it was even if you went for grad school, you like the most you could really owe was like 20, maybe 30,000.
Okay. Now, Dave, I do want to talk to some more people here. I'll ask you this. In summation, after your experience, knowing how the world is today, do you think taking out a loan to go to college is worth it?
If you do it smartly.
What if I want to do it dumbly?
By the way,
if I want to be dumbly college guy.
U of R guy uses the word smartly. I'd go get a refund, Dave. Dave.
I was a science major, not an English major, man.
Dave, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Okay, so his experience tells him yes, but do it smartly.
Yeah, well, that's...
I mean, listen, there are
that's for everything. Be smart about it.
I mean, there are some careers where you do have to go. That's part of the steps to
you have to have
becoming that. To getting into that career is you need the college education and then some.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're not even going to get near it. You know what I mean?
So with all the stuff we have here, you got Dave's information, right? Like, I guess it comes down to investing $50,000, $75,000, $100,000 in yourself for a piece of paper. Is it worth what comes out of it? And I'm not here to suggest that union jobs, working with your hands, getting on the ground floor of a business,
and you can work your way up. Yeah.
It's not a bad way to go. It's not. Neither you or I have college degrees.
No.
But at the same time, if you're looking at your kid and you're helping them plan the future, you're making a bet on the future. And which way is better? Is the loan debt worth the extra money they're going to make on average? Because statistically, that says it's going to happen, right? College degree says you're going to make more in the long run. If the job involved labor, looking at your kid, do you think your kid can handle it? Because I think that's also an important question.
But at least he doesn't have that anchor of loans around his neck. You know what I mean?
Also have to be able to do the job.
Well, yeah, but okay.
That's a big if.
But let's say the kid gets the degree and he's settled with his debt, and 5 years in, he doesn't even like the gig.
Mm-hmm.
And then he wants to go do something else. The kids, I mean, there's that too. I mean, the future can go sideways pretty quick.
No, you're right. And the debt
is that debt's going to stay with you. The other kid doesn't at least have 100 G's hanging over around his neck.
It's a valid point, but if you have someone that is not skilled with their hands, that doesn't have what it takes,
you can always go back to college.
Okay, can you?
Yes.
See, I hate that argument.
I mean, it's harder.
Yeah.
You know?
And not only is it harder because you're out of school, I hate that argument because, like, you can always go back to college. If I'm 26 years old and I started down a path of one career and you can go back to school, I get that it happens. Well, now I have an apartment or a house I have to pay for. I may be in a relationship. I have bills I have to meet. So I'm not going to be able to just drop everything at 26.
I give people a lot of credit that do, because I think that's the toughest time in your life to do something like that.
You always meet that dick every once in a while. You know, I had a job in the morning, had a job in the evening. I went to medical school and law school at the same time I was building our house. And I also fought in the war at the same time. I never slept to the 1950s.
It is amazing. The only school that existed in the 1950s was night school.
Yes.
Everybody went to night school.
My father went to night school. I don't think very long.
Well, he fell asleep.
It was nice.
I think you know how I was always jealous of like the kids that graduated that knew exactly what they wanted to do after high school. Like whether it was college or pursuing some other career, like I was always just jealous of them because like they found a skill or they found something they were interested in and they pursued it and stuck with it, and that's just like the path that they went down without even questioning it. I as a parent, it's got to be tough to help a kid navigate not really going back and forth between multiple things. And like I wouldn't know what direction to push that kid in.
Yeah. All right, 252 WCMF. The question is a college degree worth it? Because fewer people in modern American history than ever believe so.
They're waking up.
I mean, look, you have a better chance of being above the poverty line now without a college degree under the age of 34, which is good. Counterpoint, you make a fortune more in the long run with a college degree, according to statistics, than you would without a college degree. All right, so here's my question, Tom.
What's up?
Trevor is sitting on hold.
Trevor?
Based on Trevor, does he have a college degree or does he not have a college degree?
All Trevors went to college.
You think so?
Oh, of course.
Trevor, you're on CMF. Do you have a college degree?
I do.
Damn. Okay, go ahead, Trevor. I'm sorry, buddy.
Well, just to follow up on, I think it was Dave, really quick, with the science degree and not doing English, my favorite engineer joke is I'm an engineer, and I do math. Anyway.
Oh, yeah, no, Trevor, we'll handle the jokes. You just say what Trevor say, okay?
Okay.
Good try.
One thing that, like, I always think about when was it worth it is the school I went to, I was paying almost $70,000 a year, and I was using Windows 99 for labs. And it's like, what am I paying for that I'm using Windows 99 for labs? And the other thing is I'm actually an engineer. And so much of our schooling was focused on theory. It was really frustrating because it's like, okay, I'm learning where things come from, but how do I actually apply them? That was really
okay. Oh, you got to get that applied degree next. It's another $70,000.
Don't try to make fun of the
I know,
engineer
right?
because you're going to embarrass yourself. You're going to embarrass yourself.
Dumbly.
I'm aware, so I'm not going to continue on with that.
All right, so Trevor, how old are you now, buddy?
26.
All right, 26 years. Okay, so this is kind of tough to figure out because, like, I mean, did you get a good-paying job right out of school?
Yes.
Okay, you did. So
how much you making?
So I'm not telling you.
Well, I'm not the IRS. I don't even know you.
No, he's afraid you're going to go move into his house now. Hey, Trevor.
So he ain't making much.
I don't have enough food over here, Tommy. Well, actually, probably for your skinny body, yes.
All right,
Thanks for noticing.
Trevor, in your opinion, is your college degree worth it?
No, he's busted.
Mine, yes.
Okay.
For mine, I one needed it, and two have been fortunate to be able to use it in the field that I studied in, and I've been very fortunate. But I know of a lot of people who were not, or even I also graduated during COVID, and there were a lot of hardships around that too. When I was graduating,
Sure.
A bunch of my friends were losing jobs because companies were getting hit hard, and so even though they had the job all lined up, it still fell through. So
all right,
I'm Trevor. It all worked out. I'm so cool.
Why would you not be
I'm
happy
not
for
going
Trevor?
to boast about my salary.
Look, man, Trevor can't tell jokes. Let Trevor have what he has. All right, I'm happy for the kid.
You got a girlfriend?
I'm sorry, Tommy. I can't tell jokes. I tried.
No girlfriend?
No, I'm joking.
He ain't got no girlfriend. He won't tell me his salary.
I'm married, actually, but
in your face! Ooh.
Why'd you get married so young?
Because he's a good person. That's why. Trevor, I want to take one more call, but thank you for the call. I appreciate
Trevor
it.
the sucker.
Look, I want to say this before we take
Right.
this final call, right? Because, again, you and I do not have college degrees. No. Okay.
Yeah, we don't have to tell people that. It's pretty obvious.
We're getting a bunch of stuff on Facebook about, the benefits of blue-collar jobs. And listen, man, I'm with you. I
Right.
grew up in a union neighborhood. Like,
Yeah.
everyone I know was a mechanic, a carpenter. I get it. That was the job.
Yeah.
One of those jobs was the job I was going to have if I
Yeah.
didn't end
Man
up
job.
doing this. Well, not a man job. A softer man job for me, right? But you hear from the blue-collar crew all the time, men and women that do those jobs, like, these kids, they're not tough enough to do these jobs these days, blah, blah,
Always
blah, blah,
work.
blah. Okay, but here's the thing.
Yeah.
If the kid would be miserable and they know they can't do the job, why would you want them in that job?
Well, probably not, because you want somebody excited to do the job.
Or that is capable of it. It
Yeah.
would be like putting you or I in a situation where we'd have to use our brains for math and science every day. It wouldn't work.
Yeah, my brain doesn't reach that far.
Kimmy, what they did to us when we were in high school was wrong. Shaming us
Right.
for not being able to or
It
not
was like
wanting
if you
to
didn't
go
go to college, you didn't have options.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I think you can make the same argument about kids that don't want to go down that blue-collar path or don't think they are, because some kids are just not cut out. Some
Yeah.
people are not cut out for certain jobs. Like, don't shame a kid and tell him he has to go to college. She has to go to college. But don't tell a kid that doesn't want to work with his hands that he's too much of a bitch to be a pipe fitter.
Right.
Right? I mean, isn't that
No,
the
I mean,
same
that's good
thing?
advice. It's good advice.
All right, 252 WCMF.
For
Let's
little
take-
bitches.
Well, you go. What? I know what pipe you're fitting.
Well, last night I fit your mom.
I will.
No degree there, baby. Working with my hands. Look for that union label.
We'll take one more call.
Who you got?
252 WCMF. The question is, your college degree worth it for the first time? It's the lowest number, people that believe a college degree is worth it in modern American history. Bob has got the last word on CMF.
That's
Hey,
a working man, Bob.
Bob, what's up, bud?
Hey, how we doing today?
Good, brother. What do you got?
Hey.
Good. I was just from my perspective on things. I believe that parents should be more open-minded to sending their kids on like summer vacations to pay for college, because in other places where tourism and like Alaska and or like Colorado. If you send your kid out, they can make a good amount of money, and that's what I did, working on charter fishing boats, or I see a lot of servers that would go there and they'd make 10, 20 grand in the summer, and they could come back and pay for school.
And you
that's
get
what I did.
mad tail on them working trips.
Yeah,
like
but
you get older ladies.
Yeah, but it's a tuna.
All the ladies on the fishing trip?
No, they're charters, man.
He said fishing charters.
Yeah, they're charters. It's not deadliest catch.
No, I know, but
you don't think women fish?
are there? Well, they do, but
And
like,
you go
are there
into
people?
port,
I think
man,
you're
don't you
going
remember
to
this
fish. That's the purpose of it.
I'm going to talk to Bob, who
You
called
go
the
into
show.
port, remember? Brandy, you're a fine girl.
Going on your fishing charter. I forgot about that song. We're going to talk to Bob, who called the show, about what he's talking. All right, Bob, what do you do for a living now?
Now I work in pharmaceuticals.
Okay,
you get mad tail. Bro.
Shut up.
I went for healthcare, and I knew I always wanted to be in healthcare, and that's what I'm saying. You got to do it smart. Pick your degree. Don't close down your opportunities either. Go for business management, healthcare administration, jobs that you can get out, and there's a lot of doors that are open for you.
Okay, so you're saying pay for college along the way was essentially your thing. Hey, Bob, how were you raised? Like, did your parents have like a boat or a business here that you knew what you were doing going out to those fishing charters?
No, I went up there. I just fished for bass and things around New York, but my dad was a blue collar, owned his own construction business for 30 years. I tore off roofs and did siding for my summers before I went to Alaska. So they taught me work ethic, and but didn't come from a whole lot of money or nothing like that. My parents did help me with my first year of college. They helped me and all my siblings with at least 1 year, which was very helpful.
Okay.
And I appreciate them for that.
Sure.
But other than my first year of college, I paid for the rest after that.
Okay, that's awesome. And that's amazing you were able to do that. I will say this, Bob, and I don't mean this as an attack on you, right? Everybody knows they're the main character of their own story, and it's all about their perspective, right? So
Yeah.
I mean, when I hear someone that says, my dad owned a business, we didn't have much, that sounds side by side to me, a little weird. And also the fact that, they had 1 year of college taken care of for you. I mean, there were a lot of people who you would look at and say, well, why aren't they able to do what I was able to do that didn't really have the opportunity you had when you were that age? Do you get what I'm saying, Bob?
Yeah, no, and I'm just saying as a parent, my parents are supporting me, and I made that decision to go somewhere else. So that's also because I knew I wasn't going to be able to make enough money in Rochester doing odd and end jobs without a degree to pay for school.
Sure.
And there's jobs out there, and you can not push a kid, but support a kid to get out of Rochester and see a perspective on the world and go make money. And I just think
North
it's
to
a great
Alaska.
kid or a great thing for someone.
No, that's great advice. He's right. Like,
yeah.
you should have your kid get out of town to go see what the rest of the
It's an adventure.
The more, and not just the adventure, the more people you meet, the more well-rounded you are, the better your opinions you are able
Look
to
at
form.
you and I. We went all around the country. Look how well-rounded we are.
Bobo, I'm late, buddy, but thank you for the call. I appreciate it.
Yeah, have a good one.
All right, there goes Bob.
Yeah, we're very well-rounded. All over the country.
It's Thursday.
Your mom.
You were the one that did your mom joke.
I know.
We all do mom jokes. Well, not Kimmy, but
Some more than others.
It's Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, some more well-rounded comedy.
We got Bitch Voice Theater and maybe more. I don't know if we got time. We'll get into it next to the break room. Let's see you, man. The stuff that people are now saying because of the things that you say drive me insane.
What did I do?
Oh, we'll get to that in a sec. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we had a whole break to discuss here, but you kept running your mouth for so long about college and not college that now we don't have enough time to do this thing we wanted to do.
Right, we got a whole break.
Well, no, we don't, because it's already 9:46, Tommy.
Oh, it is?
And we have to be out of here by 9:55.
Yeah.
And it's also Thursday. You know what that means.
Gotta get to this.
When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or stupid or say they look super cute in their khaki pants and their pointy shoes.
Yeah, what do? You
got to really hurt someone, something along the lines of...
I'm Pat Duffy. I'm going to travel the whole country, be well-rounded, but I'm sitting in a closet with Tommy Muley running his stupid mouth all day because I'm just a unrounded little bitch.
We take all your bitch voices, we run it back, we call it Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now on CMF.
The Break Room now presents Bitch Voice Theater, starring Thomas Muley and accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Pat Duffy, I'm going to travel international to Canada and eat some busted cheese curd because it's a bunch of wasted-ass cheese products I'm going to be overcharged for because I'm just a curd-eating little bitch.
Who doesn't like cheese?
Because I don't want to get in trouble.
Oh, my... I'm talking big game when we're talking smoking outside, except when my wife says she don't like it, and when there's rules put in place, it sure plays because I'm a hypocritical ass smoking discussion.
Listen, I wish I could. So we have a printer, but we never use it. My wife has it on her laptop. Okay. It's like a wireless one.
Fancy printer.
I used to bike the Erie Canal Pathway constantly.
Go on. Pat Duffy, I'm scared of the scary weather yesterday. Thank God I got a finished basement so I could go down in my little Condé Nast whatever shorts I'm wearing and hide from the tornado because I'm just a little twister bitch.
Yes, I'm scared of the tornadoes.
So my oldest brother owns 2 homes. He has one in Florida on the water.
Ooh!
Then he has another home up in the mountains of North Carolina.
Ooh! Well, we got to do it with a southern accent.
Well, no,
Are you scared? Are you scared?
No, because I'm winning. I figured this game out, man.
So do it second.
I didn't figure that part out.
And that concludes this rendition of Bitch Voice Theater.
All right, in our last discussion, we were talking about is college worth it, and it's the lowest numbers in the history of America right now that people think a college degree is worth what you have to spend. And in that discussion, if you just missed it, we had 2 engineers, separate, back-to-back, call us to discuss their journey through college, right? One guy said do it, but do it smart. The other guy said for his role, it was worth it.
Yeah.
And you decided to sit in that chair and insult the engineers while they were talking.
What did I do?
What do you mean? What
I'm
do you
just joking around.
No, I understand.
Busted engineer involved.
Okay. And we never got an answer from you if you think that college degree is worth it. Do you think a college degree is worth it right now?
Only if it pays off.
Okay, you made fun of that guy for having that take, and you literally just had the same take. If you can tell the future, it's not a question, stupid.
But there's certain, like, if you're going to go into big money stuff, yeah, it's worth it.
If you're going to, what's big money stuff?
Money, like you manage
finance.
money. Finance guy.
What are you talking about? You can play the stock market. You don't need a degree.
No, like you manage people's money. Like we know guys that manage money. Those guys are rich.
Yeah, they are.
We give them our money. I haven't seen it in a while.
Do you know what kind of jobs that would be?
Yeah, money guy.
Money.
You go to like the money store.
Money
Phil
man.
Rizzuto.
She doesn't know who that is.
You don't know who Phil Rizzuto is?
I'm just saying, like, you're
One of
generalizing
the
it.
most famous engineers to graduate from the University of Rochester. The reason I
the Rizzuto Bridge.
The reason I bring this up is because I'm now looking. We got inundated with Facebook messages in the commercial breaks that are essentially saying Tommy is right, but they don't know what you're right about because you never had a take.
Well, I never went to school to find out what right is.
This comes in from Dan. Dan says Tommy's right. You don't need a college degree. Look at Tommy. He doesn't have a college degree and he lives his dream every day. This one comes in from Bill. Bill says Tommy made a great point. What point did you make? You didn't make a point. You sat there and you were like, man, college, man, blue collar, man, engineer suck. You stupid. You don't have a girlfriend. Oh, you married? Ah, you stupid. You got married. Even though I thought you were stupid, I have a girlfriend. And everyone's like, yeah, he's right. The hell's wrong with these people?
I don't know. Maybe they're not educated.
Okay. All right. Listen.
What do you get so upset for?
No, because
you're going to have to press that button on your chest.
I am going to have to press that button.
I'm having a tummy attack. I'm having a tummy attack. Help me, please. I'm having a tummy attack. I'm going to press this button on my chest.
I love how I turned into the Queen of England at the end of that.
I thought it was Italian. But
whatever you're doing. No, here's what frustrates me.
What, everything?
Well, that you say, like... You're a model for why you don't need to work hard and for why not working hard will ruin your life at the same time.
Well, that's very versatile.
No,
then.
it's not. And you didn't do it on purpose. And by the way,
fell into it.
I'm the same way. Like, it is
Guys got in at the right time through the right people. It just all worked
Hey, here's
out.
the thing, Kimmy. You live in America where there's always opportunity around the corner for all of us.
There should be opportunity.
There
around the
is
corner.
for all of us.
Stop with that. What are you trying to get into some convention coming up next week? Can you admit you got lucky?
Oh, bro, I wake up in fear sometimes of how it worked out, and I mean, like it worked out, but what it could have been.
Yes. Well, no, not coulda. Shoulda.
No.
What it shoulda. What, you think you deserve this?
No, he owes somebody $500 for getting him this job.
No, but I do wake up in cold sweats thinking about that.
Okay.
But then I have a drink and go back to bed. Yes, I'm very lucky. I don't deserve to be in this business. I had no reason. My father said, "You're an idiot for trying this."
Huh?
He was right.
Okay.
And he was wrong at the same time.
Okay, look. I'm not trying to attack you because I'm in the same boat.
No, I understand.
But the point that I'm making is this, right? You shouldn't look at Tommy and I as an example of why you shouldn't go to college or tell your kid to follow their dream because it just happened to work. Because there's way more talented people than us that should be in these chairs that aren't.
But listen to me when I talk about hats. Because I know what I'm talking about when it comes to men's hats.
You're just getting in the hat game.
And socks. And I'm deep into the sock game.
Okay, fair.
We come back, we wrap it up. We tell you what we're doing tomorrow next year in the break room on CMF.
Did I miss something just now?
You can't say it on the air. Can't do that. Yeah, there's a rapper room. Okay, we are super late. We got to get out of the way.
Jolene.
Tomorrow is Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, yeah. Bitch. No, creep.
Okay, we're running. We literally
well, you're rushing me.
We don't have the time. We don't have the time for mistakes. We're super late. We got to get out of the way.
All right.
For Kimmy?
Yeah.
Who is our female joke translator apparently today. She booed us in the commercial.
Twice.
Yeah. For Tommy Muley, who crushed it today, man.
Oh,
you nailed it.
You too.
You look great. No, you, not Kimmy.
Okay.
My name is Pat Duffy. We'll see you about more to the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.